All right. We get that up and running.
Now the mic's not working. We'll go key B. Okay. Got it. PC.
Good morning, everybody. I know y'all would like to hear, let them have it, huh? I see the aviation board just walked in and then number 9, man, that's all right, man. You haven't been paying attention?
Should I try another computer and have like a laptop? I can just try to connect to it, see what happens.
Norman Barnett. Good morning. Good. Doing good, baby?
Yeah, they just said this at the last.
Always good to see you. But you know what? We can't change them, but we can always make sure we open. Right.
Get into it before I plug it in. All right. Hey, there it is.
Okay.
Okay. I can get it for now. I'm gonna put it in.
All right.
Thanks.
How you doing, baby?
Yeah, color.
So many variables.
Good, good.
It depends, so it downloads. I'm just gonna leave this open and we can download them as they come up. So
Okay.
we can get people started.
Guess we can have some more budget spending on technology.
Ready.
Thank you. All right. Would municipal and traffic court like to come to the table, please? Good morning, everybody. Today is November 15th, day 8 of budget hearings. We begin with municipal and traffic court. Please pardon our delay as a result of some technical issues that we were sorting out.
The chair, Judge. Oh, no. Okay. Elena, how are you doing?
Remote arrow, advance the slides for you.
Okay. You can. Carla, you want to come? No, let's say that. Okay. Keep them out the fire. Yeah.
Good morning. The floor is
Good
yours.
morning, council members.
Morning.
Morning.
Glad you have us here early.
Good morning.
You get it over with.
Yes.
You choose the form of execution. Your choice.
Death
You
by
want us
old
to just
age.
start or what?
Yeah, just go ahead. If you want to start with your PowerPoint and just walk through it, and then
Okay,
we have no public comments online. I don't have any cards, so we're just happy to walk through the PowerPoint very quickly.
It's written right here. For you.
yeah, I got it, but it's this is us, this is the judges of our court.
Yeah, and just for the public guys, let the guy who's making the presentation for,
Oh, I'm
so if
sorry.
there are
This,
people who are watching online.
my name is Paul Sens, Judge Paul Sens. I'm the administrative judge for municipal and traffic court of New Orleans,
Judge Mark Shea, newly elected judge of Division D.
newly reelected.
Re-elected judge of Division D.
Okay. So we have 7 sections of court. We operate daily. We have an administrative judge that works during the weekend so that anyone who's arrested during the week is seen by a magistrate within 24 hours. So there's no people lingering and languishing in jail in municipal and traffic court. This is our organizational chart, similar to just about every other court in the state. If you have any questions, certainly I'd be glad to answer them. This is our budget request, and what I'd like to discuss with you is a couple of items that really are, these are old numbers, at least, so it shouldn't be municipal court. It should be municipal and traffic court operating. Let's see, I've got it on. The traffic court revolving fund is really the municipal and traffic court operational funds, and the municipal court staff is the employees of the judges in the court. On 9120, the traffic court, what's listed here as traffic court revolving fund, is really our operational expenses, and I'd like to talk just a little bit about that. The operational expenses as a result of a number of opinions coming out of the United States Supreme Court said that courts cannot operate their business on the backs of the people who come before them, right? So that's why years ago we went before then Mayor Landrieu and had full funding for our court, which got us under the terms of law and the opinions of the Supreme Court. So on that number that I wanted you to see is there's 1.349. Of that is an operating expense, I think about 939. That money will then be returned back to the city because we have sufficient funds in our municipal operating costs to be able to reimburse you for those funds, but it's still required that you disperse them. The other $400,000 is relative to our to the OCR, which is and Judge Shea will talk more about the OCR, but it's a kind of state-of-the-art, way above the curve thing that the municipal and traffic court is attempting to do. We've had a commitment for 1.2 from the administration and the council. That represents $300,000 that would not be reimbursable to you, but it's funding the OCR project that we're doing. Right now, we are asking for, and I think, do these numbers reflect the 800 or just the 400? There's a 400 gap that we are trying to work out. We thought it's supposed to be transferred to us already, but to fulfill the obligations we have under the OCR, we need $1.2 million. With the funding of the 300.
Judge, I'm sorry,
Go
over
ahead.
here. Can I just stop you for a second?
Sure.
Can you just explain what OCR is and what it does?
This has been Judge Shea's project, so I'd rather him do it.
Okay,
So thank you. So OCR is an acronym for online case resolution. We learned with the pandemic and with the cyber attack and with hurricanes and, vandals wrecking our building and keeping us, that we needed to do something outside the four corners of the building to keep the operations running, because
Right.
when we're not there, the process is still working. Police are still writing tickets, people are still getting arrested. So what we thought is that this would be an opportunity to hold court outside actually being physically present in the court. And so we have in the process of going for procurement of the operating system or the building of the system in order to integrate it into our case management system, where we can actually start as a pilot program with traffic tickets where people can resolve this from the comfort of their home if need be.
so in other words, what you're trying to do is streamline the process to make it easier for people so they don't have to physically come
Yeah,
to court.
the catchphrase is access to justice, increase access to justice.
Thank you. The only other thing I guess I would ask, Judge, as you are going through all of this, please to work with the CAO, because one of the things we've talked about is making sure all the criminal justice systems are integrated online. I see Ms. Crowley shaking her head and affirmatively, and I know you all are committed to it, but we just want to make sure that everybody's on the same.
Well, we've been
Yes.
committed to it for about 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it just needs to be followed through. with.
Councilman?
I understand. You need the money to be able to do the work.
Correct.
One other point I'd like to make as you look at our budget. Since 2017, we've had a reduction in personnel from 112 people to 79. As people retire, we are not filling those positions unless we need them. There's a couple that we're working with the administration now to try and merge into three positions into two. But relatively speaking, we're solid where we are with the people that we have. We're waiting now for our IT head to be, we have to advertise it. Once we advertise it through civil service, we'll put it out there for us to have an in-house IT system that will be fully functional within our building. Any questions on that page?
Well, let me just comment. The reason being is that while we've been able to reduce it from 112 to the current number is because of us moving away from an old paper system to a state-of-the-art case management system, which we're going to use to integrate with the OCR system. So it's faster, it's more efficient. It doesn't require as many people pulling cases because everything's on the web-based system.
So in other words, you're able to reduce personnel by increasing efficiencies.
Yes.
It's part of it, yes.
Part of it.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Did that go off?
I don't know, did we lose it?
Where is she?
Look, it's to your left, Paul, if you need to see it.
But the next page is going to talk about capital budget requests. We put in a request for a capital budget of $500,000. We've just obtained a grant for the community court. That $500,000 would be capital outlay that would supposedly go to the renovation of the building at 727 Broad Street to help us implement the necessary we're going to have outside social workers that will be coming in. We'll have people who are dealing with substance abuse issues. We'll have counselors for them. We're dealing with truancy in our court, so we'll have areas for the people, and then anyone who's in a city, not just because they are coming to court for a traffic ticket or a criminal violation, can come to the court to receive services. So that's what we're trying to do, is incorporate the services that are out there in our courthouse so that people can come there, not just to, pay their tickets, but to get services through the city that they will help them, both substance abuse, mental health issues, homelessness. We do all of that in our court now, but we're trying to really get it to be an integrated system.
Wraparound services, right?
That's great.
So that money is just for the outlay of, it would be in addition to the money that's going on with the renovation, which is really not going on, but would be, supplement to those funds of the renovation. Again, we spoke a little bit about the OCR. And we also received an $800,000 grant, $788,000 grant in order for us from the Bureau of Justice Management so that we can implement the community court concept. And so that's a grant funding that we received. So we're awfully proud of that and great staff for to be able to accomplish that. We are also in a temporary facility, as I think most of you know, and we have hired a chief financial officer who is helping us get all of our finances in shape that, in better shape than they were. And I don't want to say we're in bad shape, but in better shape than they were. The implementation of our online case management resolution platform, the establishment of the community court, our expectation to hire IT director. We have one of the most efficient court management systems in the state, and all of our dockets are really lean. We've discharged over 500,000 cases in the last couple of years that, were 10, 12, some of as many as 20 years old. So those cases have now been purged. And so, to the tune of 500,000 cases. And, of course, for us, we want to continue those initiatives that we've undertaken. And the building, of course, 727 Broad is a major necessity that we need to be able to give to the community the services that they need. And I think with that, that about wraps it up.
Okay. So I guess I just have one quick question before turning it over to Councilmember King to make sure I understand what's needed to help the court function more equitably, more efficiently is 400,000 more for your OCR system
Yes.
400 more for that.
for the operating side and then 500 on the capital
Yes,
side.
yes.
Well, at this point, Councilmember Drew, so we have gotten 410,000. Before we can even do for procurement, we need the 800,000 minimum before we can even send it out for procurement to get the system built.
Okay.
And so let me just real quick, are you asking about OCR? Recently, municipal and traffic court were invited to participate in an international association for court administration of administrators in Helsinki, Finland. They recognize the work that we're doing on this OCR, and we couldn't go because of some travel restrictions through the Supreme Court. But it just shows that we're being recognized not only locally, nationally, but internationally for the work we're doing. So it's really important that we sort of get the funding to finish the job we've started.
I think that's laudable and we want you to be able to do that too. We all know that, as you put it, Judge, access to justice is so important. And sometimes just getting to court can be a burden for people. So how do we make it as easy as possible to do that?
Yeah.
Councilmember King?
Thank you. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
And Judge Shea. Judge Shea, congratulations on your reelection.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's absolutely. Speaking of access to justice, there was talking, if I missed it, please forgive me, talk about night court maybe? Is that something was that spoken about earlier? Did I miss that or?
No,
Okay.
it wasn't mentioned. I'll handle it. So if you remember, you may be too young of a lawyer to remember, way back when Judge Glancy used to hold a night court.
Yep.
It was I guess an experiment that worked for a little while, but it actually became a sideshow. People used to come intoxicated
Gotcha.
and watch the sideshow. And I think even the night court TV show was mirrored after it. you know, it's not something that we're gonna say can never happen, but currently in the location we are, and as you know, there's homelessness around, there's we find used needles every day on the back gate. Having people that come to after dark in this part of the city, I would be afraid that something would happen. Maybe once that we get a hold of the crime issue and we get more police officers, I'd feel more comfortable maybe having a night court. It's not something I would say no to, but at least currently, I think it's out of the realm of for more of a safety issue than anything.
That makes sense. Algiers, I was talking about maybe having once a week, once every other month, twice a month, a court in Algiers. Get a ticket in Algiers. It's very tough to come over here in the morning or after 2 o'clock with traffic. So has there been any discussion with having once a week again, twice a month, once every other week?
Well, we haven't really discussed that, Councilman, but it's certainly something we're willing to do. I mean, after Katrina, we ended up
Right.
moving our resources over there and working out of that courthouse. I mean, I can get with the clerk of Second City Court and then be glad to work something out with them to be able to do that.
We can talk with Ms. Diggs. I mean, if we can do it,
Right, but not, of course, not every judge, but maybe a
No, we
couple
could,
live in Algiers.
well, all we might be able to do is satellite office. I just need to talk to the clerk's office to see if there's something we can do over there just to be able to facilitate the people on the West Bank. That's not certainly anything that we'd be opposed to.
Maybe Mr. Lombard could talk about that when he come up. I noticed, we all know that there's been less traffic stops. How has that affected? I know you'll do a lot of self-generating. How has that affected the amount of money traffic court brings in? Do you see a significant drop?
Significant.
Absolutely.
Significant drop in income coming to the court. Although that's not really, what we're there for is to collect, but it makes a lot of sense for the city to enforce traffic violations, and it's for a reason. I mean, if you look at your insurance premiums now, it's because, well, of course, the carjackings and that stuff, but people driving without insurance, they driving without a brake tag. And I know there was a big hue and cry because, the city was starting to enforce the brake tag tickets. But when you enforce a brake tag ticket, you find out whether that car should be on the street and whether the person driving that car has insurance. So it does a couple of things for you. When you enforce people people who are driving without insurance, then they realize they have to start funding and paying for insurance. And then our premiums will start coming down. But that's really an issue with the police department and how they use their funds. I mean, I made a suggestion that we try and see about hiring retired policemen on a part-time basis only to do traffic cases, just brake tag tickets, speeding tickets. I mean, I was talking just yesterday about, it seems like it's anything goes now on the street. So, I think that's an idea that the police department really needs to try and get a grasp on. I know they short funded, but maybe that, again, that's just something I threw out, but maybe that's a resource that they may be able to go and say, not as dangerous as going on a domestic violence case, but they could be out there, if they wish, maybe make a little, supplement to their retirement and go out and enforce, traffic violations.
I know it's a bit of a touchy subject because you don't want to make it seem like you're targeting a neighborhood or a demographic, but I've seen people just below the red lights. It's not even close. It's not like I had a yellow light. I mean, my light is green, and out of nowhere a car come and clearly as
I
day.
think it just stems from the mindset that the public knows that there aren't sufficient police officers patrolling the streets. And so, it starts with the minor violations and escalates to the bigger violations. So, and it's something that, obviously as judges, we only handle what comes before us,
Right.
but we're citizens as well too. So, it's got to be something that's all partners work on to try to resolve this reduction in police and escalation in crime.
And my last question is, how soon do you all think you'll get back in 727 Broad? And people don't realize how important it is, but you have the DA's office, public defenders, it used to be all walking distance, but now they have to drive 15 minutes or, maybe a little bit less, but anyway, it's not as convenient anymore. So,
It takes me half an hour to go 20 blocks to get to that location. But the problem is the administration. We went to the administration and asked, don't you think it might be a better idea to tear the building down and build a new building? They said, no. Now they put out the bid on the project and the bid project, the bid return, only one person responded to the bid request, and it was for 40-something million dollars. So it's more than doubled the cost since they initially put the bid out. So yeah, it's disheartening. I mean, in 2008, I went out along with the Dr. Mignard and the sheriff and Judge Jones and I and championed to get the ballot so that we could, get some funds into the sheriff's district, which we were part of, which Dr. Mignard, they built, Dr. Mignard's building, the new building that's now on Earhart was part of that project. We've had money, $8 million sitting in there for over 15 years. The city of the court donated another $3 million to go along. So we've actually, done our share to try and get this project going to the tune of $11 million. And it's been sitting there since 2008, so it's a little frustrating when you're dealing in a place over here. I mean, bathrooms don't work, the doors were installed the wrong way. We have 2 homeless shelters, and that's fine, but it does affect the people who come to that court and affects the employees that go to that court. So
then y'all find somebody living in the courtrooms? Or?
yeah, in the building,
In the
in the upper stories of the building. Now, we were also told the building was cleared, it was secured, and then, they found people living in the building on top.
And they were also cutting the pipes, which caused us to shut down for 2 weeks because the building was flooded. So
And there's mold on the second floor, mold in the basement, so we're surrounded by mold,
So we're being told it's cheaper or maybe better to renovate the old 727 opposed to knocking it down, building a new one, new pipes, new walls and everything.
That's what the administration says. That's not what I say, but that's what the administration says.
Okay.
I mean, and the men's bathroom on the second floor has a non-functioning urinal. It's been a year. I mean, I'm
In the
just,
city hall or?
no, City Hall, I'm talking about here.
Right,
I mean,
right.
and so I'm empathizing with you because there's a state of what happens and there's a reality. I mean, it's been out since before this new council, or at least as long as this new council has been here. A year.
So you're not alone. You're not alone.
we're not alone.
Not
No,
alone.
we know that.
No, we understand. I understand that.
That's enough for the
But
question.
we are grateful the fact that the city did put us in a nice facility and, we're just I just tell people to get comfortable because we don't know when 727 South Broad will be ready for rehabbing.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember King. Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, well, first, I mean, this is an age-old discussion that's been around with a few administrations in terms of consolidation. What's the best place for you guys to operate, whether that building is functional in the 21st century or not. But the other thing for the public is that, and the public needs to know this. First of all, it should have been done a long time ago. I think figuring out how to get it done at the best cost to the citizens is also important. And I think maybe that discussion needs to happen again, and Councilmember King and Jeruso can do that. But we can't ignore the reality of that construction cost now, in some cases 30 to 7% more. So, it sounds good to go out there and hurry and provide a new building, but as kind of market forces and inflation kind of settle, and we kind of see where it lands, I think we need to be mindful that we need to enter in that discussion. I don't know about whether the cost is 70% higher. Maybe we wait until it's 25 or 10%. We know nothing ever goes back.
Right.
I don't think my milk will ever be $3 again, even if that's what it really costs. I don't know if my gas will ever be $1.75 again. Especially in disaster capitalism, people are going to find a way to take your money and make their money, even if that's not their per unit cost. So, but I think we owe it to this issue and to what you guys do to maybe enter into that discussion again as the economy settles and inflation settles. But I just want the public to know that we have to be mindful that many construction costs, many costs of doing business are 30 to 70% higher than they were pre-COVID. And so, you know, we may want to wait a few months to see what happens. And I think
That ball is in capital project
yeah,
hands.
yeah,
right
and that's
now.
not, that's, y'all only determine that, capital projects determine that. I want to get to something, a conversation you and I had, Judge Sens, about the role that municipal court and traffic court play as part of the criminal justice system. And not that you have said anything, but I don't know that you guys get the respect that you deserve in terms of being a vital part of the criminal justice system, especially with the talk about traffic and other things. And of course, many folk know my family just went through the very unfortunate thing in terms of an automobile with dark tinted windows, without tags, with a temporary tag that somebody probably purchased for $11 from a car at the junk shop, that if there was fear of traffic division doing their job, if there was fear of enforcement, it wouldn't have been riddled with 57 bullets, and we wouldn't have had a relative of mine still dealing with trauma care or therapy. How important is it that you guys get the respect you deserve in terms of the system, and that at some point, the anything goes mentality about automobiles and traffic laws be respected? And it's not that you want to target a community, but I also don't want them targeting me. You know, I almost got run off the road by a car that wasn't going to stop on a red light. They had no intention. And had I not used my rearview mirror when I went over, they would have run into me and my kids in the car. The role you guys play, and how important is it that there be rules and laws and regulations about what happens in municipal and traffic court?
Well, you know, you mentioned about the respect, you know, that we as judges, and I don't think we're here because we're out there looking for respect, but the thing that's important is I've been in the traffic and municipal court since 1984, first as a public defender and now as a judge. So when I first started, there was a robust traffic division when they were making stops for every minor violation. We also had a robust DWI unit, which I don't think they have anymore. And so when the public knows that there's people out there looking for them, when it's more of a proactive patrol as opposed to a reactive, you know, they happen just to, you know, if they get stopped for whatever reason, they run into somebody, you know, you see the public responds because they're more cautious. But like I said earlier, when they know that there's no one looking for them, there's no one stopping them for a traffic violation, because traffic sometimes leads to bigger and other violations, you know, illegal drugs, guns, whatever it may be, warrants for people. So I think the city administration, you know, understandably why they can't, but I think the focus needs to get back on the public safety issue, which I think they've lost.
And let me follow up with that too, Councilman. You know, you and I, we spoke, we went to a meeting that you called at your office.
Absolutely.
And, something I think that you guys can go look at, because it's a city ordinance that has had a tremendous impact on people showing up for court, which is your 5423, which says that unless you get cited for 5 enumerated offenses, you immediately can go to jail if you get arrested, rather than just a citation. Right. And you get immediately released without ever seeing a judge, right? The latest number on that since 17 is 196,000 people who failed to appear in court who were cited to come. And so, you know, at the same meeting,
100 and what?
196,000. since 2017. And so like this list, I just pulled this list this morning. The guy who's at the top of the list has got 224 failure to appears. This is only the top 20. So I think, at least I'm suggesting that maybe if it was amended to a more workable,
Mhm.
then people would know that I'm not giving you a number, but if you had 2 failure to appears or
Right.
3 failure to appears, rather than you can have 224 failure to appears, like after the third one, you have to see a judge. We can't help. All of these people on this list need help. They probably have substance abuse and mental health issues that if I don't see them, I can't help them.
Right.
And so our court is really not about punishment, but
Right,
more about
yeah.
trying to help people. Now, it's difficult, but if we see them, I know there's talk back and forth, but Metropolitan, NAMI, we've got services that we can refer people to, but I can't help them if I don't see them. And so it's not about raising money. It's not about putting people in jail. It's trying to help the community and help those that need help.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all aware of the Supreme Court decision as well as the Holder study, Eric Holder about Ferguson and, fines and fees to pay for the court system. We understand that. But there has to be, I think Councilmember King is right. There has to be a level of respect. Neely Fuller Jr., one of our great African-American behavior specialists, talks about a code of conduct in terms of how society or people conduct themselves. And right now, there is no code of conduct. And Judge Sher, I think you're right, anything goes. And I think we need to recognize the role that you guys play in terms of the criminal justice system, because when there's order there, there's more likely to be order in the other parts as we move up the ladder. And the other parts.
And sometimes we can, initiate some help with somebody that doesn't get him to go up
Right.
down the street
Right.
to criminal district
Right.
court, so.
What's been lost, Councilmember Thomas, is accountability.
Yeah.
Is that there is none, because there is no consequences. This gentleman, 224 failure to appears, he gets stopped. As opposed to arrested and going before the judge, the police department writes 224 failure to appear summonses. So now he's got 400 open cases in municipal court.
Well, Mr. Blaine, when he runs over somebody or runs into somebody or causing someone to lose their life because of his disrespect.
But they look at us, they look at the judges because they feel we're not doing enough.
Right.
But a lot of these too come out of the French Quarter, right?
Mhm.
So, guys know that they can go lay in front of a vendor's property, obstruct the sidewalk. From people laugh about obstructing the sidewalk. Well, when you're affecting someone's business down in the French Quarter, that's citable. That's something that should be done. That guy should be taken off the street. You give him a citation, he lays there, and he may walk away down the block and come back. But
Judge Sands, let me ask you, Councilman Towns, let me ask you this question real quick.
I'm gonna suspend my comments for Councilmember King. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate it. You mentioned the French Quarter. We have a huge unhoused population in District C under the Claiborne overpass, French Quarter, NSA. And a lot of people get frustrated because they say you go to court, you come right out. From somebody on the inside out, what is it that can be done or can't be done when you have somebody coming there for urinating in public intoxication, small minor offenses, and they're on the street within 24 to 48 hours?
I'll be honest with you, Councilman, I don't really know that's happening. I think the bigger problem is 5423 when they just, it's battery on a police officer, domestic violence, assault with a weapon,
Carrying a gun.
and carrying a gun, and one other one. If you don't get arrested for one of those 5 offenses, even if you are arrested, you go to jail and you never see the judge. So they're immediately released. So
They never see you. They never see.
They never make it to us.
they never see us.
Gotcha. Okay.
They never see us. So, if you picked the number and said, after 3, again, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but if you said, we're going to give you 3 strikes on a failure to appear. After the 3rd one, you have to see a judge. I'm just throwing a number out. I'm not, suggesting that's be a number, but, rather than have a guy that can do 224 in 5 years, I know that guy, I've sent him through rehabilitation at least 5 times, but again, if I don't see him, I can't send him to tell him to do something. You got a little bit of the different issue down in French Quarter because there's so many homeless people that it's a magnet to because they can get drugs, they can get alcohol, they don't really need to find a place to sleep. So, they make the street their home. That might take I'll be honest with you, in my opinion, I think that, you probably need a special task force for the French Quarter. But I tell you this, I tried years ago.
Probably.
I tried years ago to say, if you guys set me up in that district courthouse that you have on Royal, I'll go hold court over there, but I never
What would
could
be
get the
the outcome?
resources to do it.
What would be the outcome? Because you don't want to seem like you're picking on people who can't. You don't want to sound like you're picking on somebody. But that's what will be said. This person is homeless. They need help. So put them in jail, have them come before a judge doesn't help their situation. So it's kind of like
Well,
harm to
let me,
good.
Well, we
if
do
they
have-
come, if they do come to us, right? We have social workers that work with us. We have two and we hire another one, right? So if the person comes and they see that social worker and that social worker says, you got a substance abuse issue and they have a mental health issue, we direct them to get services, not to go to jail, but to go get services. And the probation office will follow up to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. But we just don't see them anymore.
Well, businessmen and women in the city, I think, quote unquote, Louis Charbonnet, how are we picking on somebody that's picking on him and his business? So if you're picking on me and my business, how am I picking on you? And I don't know that there's balance in terms of how we answer that question, but I know Mr. Charbonnet and other businesses have said they're being picked on.
Mhm.
So where's the balance there?
Well, look, I'm willing to work with whoever you guys want to do it. The court will do it. I'll be glad to do it myself. I mean, if there's something that you want us to help work with you, work out a plan for you, we'll be glad to do it.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm glad you cleared it up. Someone gets arrested for a minor offense or public intoxication, they don't come before you. They're out of jail, so it's not the judges. We get that a lot.
People don't realize that. I mean, I'm sure the merchants down in French Quarter say, what's going on with this guy? I mean, I've had cases where the guy gets arrested, goes to jail, gets immediately released and goes back to the same location on the same day.
Correct.
Right. And so they must say, well, what's the matter with those judges over
Right,
there?
right.
It's not me,
Okay.
you know?
Well, thank you. I'm done.
Yeah, back to the same location, blocking the same entrance to the same business.
Well, it's not even that. There was one guy charged three times in one day with allegedly stealing from the
Right.
same business.
From the same store. So,
Right.
Hey, I guess we don't want to pick on people who are picking on our business people. I mean, maybe that's where we are today. Lastly, on terms of a budget question that we've asked a few people who come here in terms of what's right size. We know COVID and the workforce and labor have made a difference. I think you guys are one of the few who said that in 2017, you had 112. Now it's 79, but that seems to be adequate. So is that the right size in terms of the labor and your workforce
I
moving forward?
think
Because it's
so.
working, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think with this new case management system, that number it really makes us severely efficient. I mean,
Okay.
when I first started, I think each judge had maybe 5 or maybe 7
Hmm.
employees on their staff. We're now down to 4.
Okay.
And so it because the case management system allows that because it's such an efficient system. So 79 is a good number.
Okay.
We're still tweaking it.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth. I mean, we've had 3 openings because we've had people on disability or workman's compensation for years. And I just spoke with the CAOs, deputy mayor, I guess, about, we'd like to merge 3 of those into 2 because we need those services in the clerk's office.
Yeah,
We're going to hire an IT person. Eventually, that IT hire will allow us probably to let some people retire and we can move on. But we need those things. But we don't come here willy-nilly asking for things we don't think we really need.
Well, I highlight because I thought that was important, and that's why I wrote it down and circled it, because I think it shows the level of professionalism and efficiency happening in the court where everybody's blaming everything on money and manpower. There are several businesses around this country, throughout this world now, post-COVID, who've said this, they've found out what's the right size
Yeah.
in terms of how to operate them. Not, maybe they were forced to, but what you guys have done is you've maximized your ability to work within the labor confines that you have. And I think I hold that up as an example, to be honest with you. And I think maybe more people should take a look at what you guys did to make it work at the highest level, even though the systems in the past or former budgets would show that you're 4, 10, 20, 30, 40 employees. I think that's a testimony to the leadership there.
Right.
Well,
Well, thank you for that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I hope that everybody would follow that. I don't think there are any other comments. So, guy, if y'all want to close out,
One
we
quick
do.
question.
We have Councilmember Marino.
Sorry about that. Forgot to press my button. Good morning.
Good morning.
It looks like we finally have it resolved on how the court is going to handle the pardons on the marijuana summons. That it'll be a minute entry. Is that what I've heard?
We met with the staff last month in en banc. We met with them. The charter only allows the mayor and the city council to grant a pardon, which you've done in this
Right.
matter, but it requires something from
The court.
the person who received it to, be able to bring to the court so we can change the minute entry to say that this person case is resolved by a pardon. But what we've told them they should do is find, and I think they're already working with someone that will give you an envelope. We'll give you the numbers and the names of the people and the case numbers. They bring it to you, ask you to grant this pardon in a written form that we can bring to us, and then we integrate it and put it into the minute entry and take those things out. That's what needs to be done.
Okay, so you all just can't, for everyone that's gotten the summons, just put it in the minute entry since the council's already granted the pardons?
It needs to be a form where it's been granted to them to give to us to take it out of there. We can't just go in and say it's pardoned.
I mean, we could put that in there, but the case is still open on our dockets because we can't go in. And so hopefully with the city attorney, once that happens, the city attorney will go in and, excuse me, and not only prosecute it, at least to clear it off our records. So then we can close the case properly. Just because of pardon, we don't have a pardon button on our system.
Right. I thought one of the other judges said that you could just go in and minute entry it all, that, that it's pardoned and, done away with. But I'll talk to Adam again and we'll circle back and figure this out.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have met with Adam, so I think we're in the
Yeah,
process.
that's what he just told me. And
Right?
so I guess there's,
Yeah.
so we'll
And
circle back.
we're waiting to do it. We'll do it for you as soon as we can get that paperwork.
Yep.
I mean, we're going to supply the information to them. It's an in global form.
Yep.
And then it's been passed and we'll do it.
Okay,
All right.
great. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that's it. So we appreciate you all being here. We understand the importance of technology, and I feel like a lot of the things we've been
Mr.
talking
Chairman?
about.
I just wanted to tell Judge Shea, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. Thank
That's
you.
all I got.
That's all you got?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you for being here. All right, next up, Clerk of Criminal District Court.
Clerk Lombard, after you guys make your introduction, start your presentation, I have a press conference to go to in District E, but we'll be monitoring it, and anything I can do to help, let me know. All right, thank you. Yeah, look.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, you can. Just make sure you're back.
Absolutely. Presentation, sorry about that.
All right, Judge.
I'm gonna keep it.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I figured we'd let them get started before I go to the press
Please.
conference in my district.
Please do.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Good morning, council members. How are y'all? Just want to take a brief moment to introduce the gentlemen that are with me. I will start with the most distinguished gentleman to my right, Larry Cager, who is my chief deputy. And to my left is Sean Bruno, who is my chief of accounting, or chief bean counter, I'll call him. Just wanted to basically get started with saying that the budget that we have currently is basically mirrors 2022 budget, with the exception of a additional ask of 150,000 in support of a CMS system that we're going to be going live with early next year, hopefully. I'll yield to Sean and let him go through the numbers on the budget.
Good morning. Like the clerk mentioned, with respect to the budget, we really didn't change much. When we came into office, the clerk wanted to do an evaluation of all the staff, do an evaluation of all the operations. At which time, at the conclusion, then we'll, be able to assess what our needs are. And if there will be any additional requests. I think the main thing that the clerk mentioned that we do want to implement a new case management system, which will allow us to operate more efficiently and effectively. That system is going to be funded via a grant. The only ask that we have is $150,000 for a programmer to assist with implementation. Other than that, the other numbers mirror the request that we had last year. The only change that we have is, according to the judgment, we're supposed to have 85.5 personnel in our budget. When the clerk's office transitioned from Clerk Arthur Morel, there was some transition in staff. We did inform the city that we do expect to fill those positions. But when the final numbers came out, they had reduced our FTE count from 85.5 to 77.5. So we are looking to, work with the city to get those positions back in the budget, because the clerk certainly plans on hiring those positions. But he wanted to take his time, evaluate his staff, and really get good quality people to come in to work in the administration. As you know, at the clerk's office, we deal with the public, so having the appropriate staff is extremely important. But from a number standpoint, there really were no changes from the prior year. We're really pleased that the mayor requested and the city council approved the raises for the staff. The staff was certainly appreciative of the one-time payment this year with the increase for the following year. That certainly was a boost to morale. And that was certainly sufficient. What the clerk's vision was to kind of get us started. So with that, we'll answer any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Thomas just left, so I got his questions for him. First is he's asking about more community polling sites in neighborhoods. I guess trying to make sure that they're more centered or closer to transit lines, whatever makes things easier for people to vote.
We're always sensitive to that. As a matter of fact, that used to be my primary function in my first tour with the clerk's office. So as you know, we work with the city council on those recommendations, and we always forward any ask that we have from the community to their respective council members. So we're always looking for that, and that's an ongoing thing.
Look, I appreciate that. And the other thing too is people get used to voting at one place.
Absolutely.
So you upset an apple cart when all of a
Yeah.
sudden, this is where I go. So and that's a tricky thing. So
And with that, you're absolutely correct, because I can tell you that we did have a lot of calls that
Mhm.
morning, because some polls had changed. And we did receive a lot of calls election morning, with citizens asking, where do I go vote? You know, can you assist me with that? And the clerk had staff on site in the office, fielding all those calls and directing those individuals.
thank you. And then the second question from Councilmember Thomas is just about same thing that we were asking the judges about, improving technology on record keeping, sort of your plans now that you're getting your feet wet in office.
Well, at present, we have a grant that was that's coming from the LCLE for $1.3 million that's specific to implementation of the new case management system. We're going through that RFP process now. As a matter of fact, it closes December 7th at 3 p.m. So we're going to be moving on that really quick. We have to have everything, I believe, signed and ready to go by mid-January. So that process is going to be really expedited soon. So that's part of what the additional ask was for. There's going to be, depending on who we select, there's a certain system that we could select that would require in-house programmers. If we don't go with that system, it's going to require a maintenance fee for the company that is handling it, the vendor that we use. So that is where we are with that. And we're looking forward to getting that up and going as soon as possible.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Cager.
The importance of that is based on several things. We retain the records. There is a problem that exists, and we were discussing it earlier as we listened to the two judges. And that is that a number of people, 80% or better, are serving time without having gone before a jury. Now, that's an interesting problem that exists in this country right now. It puts a heavy load on the clerk's office in the retention of records, because a number of these people will be appealing, and there will be different projects to address those issues that they have, which is that they did not go before a jury of their peers. You see?
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously that makes sense, and we'll continue to work on how we try and make that easier for everybody as much as possible.
Absolutely. Look forward to it.
Vice President Morrell.
Thank you.
Yeah.
As I told the clerk earlier, I could have just walked out of this presentation because I've heard the complaints about this budget for about 16 years.
Oh, yeah.
And a couple of quick questions. The first is, what's the status of the evidence room?
We are absolutely working hard to have the space. The number one issue that we're having right now with the evidence room is the spacing. We're running out of space. And as you know,
As I know, yeah, that's just what was for the public's, you know.
right. So as you know, we use the old parish prison as a storage space for that, along with records and staff. We have three offices actually that are in there. And that's going to lead me to this other issue. We need to address problems we're having with the building. At some point soon, sooner rather than later, we'll come back before you to request what we need to have those issues addressed. Such, things such as the roofing, the building needs to be renovated in some of the floors. We've had some of that already done. But because we're losing space and running out of space, we have to move the offices around and spaces that we're using to house records and evidence. So we'll be coming back to that, but the current status is that we're good. It's just that we have to have the building taken care of.
Well, and when's the new building supposed to come online?
The new building is actually online. We're just starting to get into the building.
Right.
We have some issues with the final touches on it and the security of the building. We started moving stuff over there. We actually have one of our offices that had to be moved temporarily over there now. We're going to move them back once we have the issue in OPP resolved. But we should be moving into the building completely without records very soon.
Okay, well, certainly keep us abreast of that. You're an important leg of the criminal justice system, and preserving and protecting and keeping track of evidence is vitally important. The office did tremendous work, Mr. Cager, during and after Katrina, preserving and rehabilitating evidence. And it would certainly help us as a council to know prospectively what problems look like on the horizon, because if we do, the current space you're using as that swing space is not really something you should have people in anyway. So we really need to find out what a long-term solution looks like, because if it's something that's going to require significant investment, we should know that when we're looking, for example, at our capital stack, as far as trying to make sure that if the new space is not going to accommodate, because y'all have to keep evidence for quite a bit of time until appeals are exhausted, for example.
Right.
And so it's important for us to know prospectively, if there's additional space needed, you got to come to us sooner rather than later to let us know. Obviously, you answered already my question regarding the case management system. I want to say, as a former public defender, we appreciate y'all moving away from DOS, because I've walked into that clerk's office and seen the computers y'all operate on. It has been, yes, the green screen, and I appreciate y'all are trying to, lurch forward from that. And the fact that you're able to secure a grant to fund the majority of that is very impressive, and y'all should be congratulated for that. The last thing I want to touch on, and I want to be candid now that the city attorney is here, but they should be, I'm sure they're watching. Larry can probably speak to this. And how many times has the city lost every appeal on this FTE situation?
Almost all.
Almost all. So as far as the number of positions, the CAO coming back with 77.49.
Mhm.
I would think this is settled law all the way to the Louisiana Supreme Court that you can't do this.
Right. That's right.
Exactly.
So I think tremendously, this is a huge waste of our time, in that the city, this is the second administration to do it. The law is the law. The courts have said repeatedly that the amount of positions to say, listen, if you want to negotiate with the clerk on number of positions, that is at the clerk's discretion. But to offer up 77.5, this is just another lawsuit waiting to happen. So
Exactly.
it's completely misguided. It's dumb. And more importantly, it's dangerous, because these are the normal positions necessary to run the court. When you cut positions in criminal district court for the clerk's office, that's less clerks processing things, for example, like expungements.
Exactly.
It's less clerks in sections of court to have cases move properly. It's just not something that's in the best interest of everyone involved. And it's a tremendous waste of time. So I know I speak for many council members in that we're tired of the stupid lawsuits. We're tired of these antics, and the law is the law, and the law is 84.48. So
Right.
I'm sure that the council will correct this, because this will just generate another lawsuit where the city and the clerk, and ultimately the city, will pay for your lawyers to go litigate this, and you'll win it again because you've won it every single time it's gone up.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
So the question is actually from Councilmember Jeruso, who just had to step out. But his question is around, as you're building new systems, how do you ensure that it's part of really a comprehensive system that's talking to all aspects of the court.
Well, at present, we're working with Commissioner Stevens on that coming to fruition. We've had a meeting probably about a month ago to discuss this, to bring all the stakeholders in the room and discuss how this is going to work and what's needed from their standpoint. And it's my understanding that they also have funds available if we need them. So we're working with them as we speak on how all those integration points will come into play with the system that we eventually adopt.
Great. Yeah, that's what we've heard too, that the CAO's office, along with Commissioner Stevens, are working on a major plan to really bring all criminal justice stakeholders under one tech umbrella. And
Yes.
so that's going to be a major, huge overhaul, a very costly, but one that's certainly worthwhile and long overdue.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, I don't see any more questions from the dais. Any public comment? No public comment. So
Okay.
with that, you can, go through whatever you'd like to go through, but we're pretty much done with our questions.
I mean, that's really all that we had.
All
right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Council
Okay.
President.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have the Office of Inspector General. Do you want to go, Ed? Hey, what's up, Dane?
Morning, Dane Celino.
Good to see you, Dane.
Review board.
You want to go first?
The Inspector General is waiting on some of their employees.
Sure,
If I
why
could
don't you
ahead,
go?
that would be
Yeah,
great.
go ahead, Dane. Why don't you go first? We'll
Yeah,
do,
that'd be-
Paul, we'll do Ethics Review Board first, and then we'll take the Inspector General.
UB.
All right. Welcome, Homer Plessy School. Great to see you all. Hey, everyone. What grade is this?
That's it. It's all right.
Third grade. All right. Well, welcome to the City Council. You got a big audience. Really, no?
Go back and forth.
Oh, sure.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, great. Good morning, Dane Celino. I am the General Counsel and Executive Administrator of the Ethics Review Board. Thank you for having me at the hearing this morning. Traditionally, for years, I have not come to these hearings because our budget is set by the charter at 0.04% of the general operating fund. So it's our budget's set in stone, so to speak. And that's why on our templates, I don't know exactly what the numbers are. I'm not asking for anything. I don't know exactly what the numbers will be when the budget is finalized but our share will be 0.04%. As to how we will spend that money, I think we have got to be the smallest department in city government. We have 2 employees. I'm a part-time employee, and we have a full-time employee who serves as our ethics trainer. The total budget request or our plan to spend the 0.04% that is allocated to us is roughly $183,000 towards salaries and then $25,000 toward everything else. The everything else really is just office supplies for our training materials and website expenses. Other than that, we don't really have any other expenses, and our budget this year looks essentially the way it looks every
I think
every other year.
I think I speak for all 2 council members in saying, thank you for being here today.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like you have 1 vacant position.
No, we don't. We did have a vacant position for an ethics trainer, and we filled that position.
I'm sorry, one board position that's vacant.
We do. Actually, we have 2 board positions that are vacant.
Okay.
And we are working with the mayor's office to try to get those appointments done.
Okay, got it. we have one listed here, but you've got two vacant board positions. What about any priorities for the board moving forward, potential legislative priorities? Just what are you all working on?
Yeah, the last year and a half, really, we have been absolutely preoccupied with filling the Inspector General spot. And of course, Mr. Michelle is the Inspector General, and then also filling the spot that was open for the police monitor. Both of those positions have been filled, so now we're back to our monitoring role of having monthly meetings where the Inspector General and the Independent Police Monitor come report to the board and ask and answer questions. But our priority is really back to what it's always been, which is training. Now that we have a full-time ethics trainer, he is making rounds in with all the boards and departments in the city to do training, and our training volumes are higher than they've ever been. So that is a priority. And now, of course, we stand ready to do ethics enforcement, but as you all know, that role is fairly limited because of something something that's in the charter that says we cannot do an ethics investigation or prosecution if the state board is concurrently doing it. And virtually every complaint we get, it goes off to Mr. Michelle's office, the state ethics board, and us. And the minute we see that there's a state ethics board proceeding or investigation, we have to stand down.
Right.
So that's why, as a practical matter, our ethics review board at a city level doesn't do a lot of enforcement.
Yeah. Got it. All right.
Before we get to Mr. Michelle, for those of you in the back who are at Homer Plessy, is that correct? Y'all are Homer Plessy kids?
Yep. They're third graders.
I just would like all of you to know that I graduated from the exact same building that you guys are currently in. And my mother was the principal there for 25 years. It is an excellent old building that costs a lot of money to upkeep. And so before you guys leave, I'm going to come out there and visit with y'all. So do not leave before I get a chance to come out there, because I want to come say hi to all of you. Thank you for being here, Dane. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Dane. All right, so that completes Ethics Review Board, which takes us to, are you ready, Mr. Michelle? You still waiting?
Somebody put up my
Yep.
slide.
We'll put up your presentation if you're ready. And we'll hit off with Inspector General.
Morning, sir.
Morning, how are you doing?
Right.
And how do I advance it? Thank you so much. Great. Sounds good. It's pretty good. Thank you. Okay. Great.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. So it's a pleasure to be here today to discuss the activities of the Office of Inspector General. I'm going to present our goals, objectives, as well as our accomplishments, which have been significant. The Office of Inspector General accomplishes its goals and objectives through the diligence of our employees. We have several teams comprised of auditors.
Hang on a second. Councilmember Morel. Councilmember Morel. Councilmember Morel. Councilmember Morel. If you could please go visit with the children outside. Okay, well then we're going to take a quick break because we can't hear Mr. Michelle. I'm going to go, hang on, Mr. Michelle. 1 second. I'm going to come back there too. Hang on.
I said.
If y'all want to come in the chamber.
See, Joe, I'm a disruptor. I disrupt things.
How's it going? Hi.
Just real quick, because they're waiting for us upstairs, so let's take a quick picture.
Yeah, generally.
Just-
I'm gonna get my friend a face.
Look at these cute little faces. Right. Gotta get younger people involved in civic engagement. Get them excited. Oh. All right, y'all, this way. Cute. One more word. What I do?
I finished.
Oh.
Where you want us to sit?
Mr. Michelle, I apologize. We were just not going to be able to go with your presentation with, the
No.
kids won today.
No, that's fine. It's fine. Absolutely. I'll do it for now. Yeah. Sounds good. You can just.
Whenever your team gets settled, you can just continue.
Thank you.
Ask for that or they?
No, there you go. Okay, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here to discuss the operational accomplishments and activities of the Office of Inspector General. To my far right is Patrice Rose, my Chief Evaluator, William Bonney, the Deputy Inspector General, and to my left is Ali Burrows, Chief Auditor. I'm going to talk today about our goals, objectives, and accomplishments, and how we do that through several teams. We have auditors who are mainly CPAs that conduct financial audits, evaluators who are comprised of mainly of attorneys who increase our efficiency and transparency through accountability, investigators who are retired federal agents who conduct criminal as well as administrative investigations, and our information technology manager ensures our bulk data transactions are secure. When I first became the Inspector General, we had a ratio of supervisors to employees that I felt wasn't very efficient and effective. So I've haven't filled high-level unclassified positions and used those funds to hire more auditors, evaluators, investigators, and administrative support. Slide 4. We've made significant improvements to our operating tempo. We have to be good stewards with the limited resources we have, and we understand that we have to identify and prioritize risk appropriately. With regards to personnel, we've hired and expanded our workforce this year. We've hired 3 investigators, 2 evaluators, possibly 3 evaluators, an auditor, an office manager, 2 interns, as well as general counsel. With regard to number 4, we believe we have to continue our increase on social media. The best way to get instant delivery of our reports is to sign up for Twitter and Facebook. If you haven't already done so, that is the quickest way to get our reports. Of course, the city council always receives embargoed copies, and I know several of you have had contacts with the media asking about our reports. We know we have limited resources, so with our engagement of partners, it's critical upon us to combine our effective resources wherever we can with our local, state, and federal partners. And those partnerships have often resulted in the convictions of city employees who are using their public office for personal gain. Our ability to receive sensitive information is directly tied to our ability to protect the information we receive as well as transmit. Our ability is closely linked to store and transmit bulk data. We inherited an aging infrastructure system, which was at end of use. We've replaced our network switches to ensure reliability, our next-gen firewall to combine reliability with efficiency. And we're now focusing on IT deployment to ensure the continuity in the event that we do have a successful intrusion attempt. We've also worked with certain federal agencies to ensure the integrity of our internal system, as well as our transmission and receipt of bulk data. Slide 6. Let's talk a little bit about our departmental accomplishments. Our annual report in 2021 was titled A New Path Forward. It was a significant reorganization of the OIG. Ownership and pride of ownership is reflected in everything that we do. This report represented about a 410% increase in productivity from previous year and identifying fraud, waste, abuse, and public corruption. Our annual work plan prioritizes the limited resources we have, and our mission, quite simply, is to improve operation and efficiency in city government. Our annual report has been provided to the Ethics Review Board, which you know oversees the Office of Inspector General. We also have monthly meetings with them, which are publicly aired as well. It's also a great way to find out the latest information that we're working on. In addition to our efficiency, we've had our peer review group from the Association of Inspector Generals, which found that we were highly effective and efficient, and also commended us on our ability to coordinate with internal and external stakeholders as well. With our annual work plan, it communicated the priorities of the OIG, and we release that in every September. And we conduct our assessments based off of certain types of risk. And I want to go over those risks with you now. And if you've been reading our reports, you'll understand that every part of these compliance risks are intertwined in the reports that we produce. The first portion of the category is compliance. It's the risk of not complying with local laws, federal laws, regulations, or professional standards. Financial risk that involves insolvency, instability, contracts, budget shortfalls. Operational risk is a risk that an entity has an ineffective or inadequate process or insufficient management in place. And last category is the reputational risk, which involves how the city could be impacted either by an adverse political climate or the improper behavior of our employees. So there's quite a bit thought process that goes through selecting our annual work plan. I'd like to talk now a little bit about the investigations division, who continues to promote efficiency in city government. Our reports and activities last year led to 23 administrative actions of employee resignations and or suspensions. as well as 6 criminal actions resulting in arrest and or convictions. Slide 10. We issued 3 reports concerning former building inspectors who we believe failed to conduct on-site building inspections at 1031 Canal. In that report, we did recommend that the district attorney file criminal charges of malfeasance in office as well as injuring public records. We also issued a report about the Orleans Parish Communications District, who allowed an employee who was a convicted felon to have access to the NCIC access database, which is of course in violation of the user agreements between the Department of Justice, the state police, and the city. Slide 11, ongoing with some of the cases worked by investigations. Erwin Mayfield and Ronald Markham were both convicted and sentenced to 18 months in prison for defrauding the New Orleans Public Library out of about $1.2 million. We played a significant role in ensuring that the restitution was due the foundation after we uncovered the theft. We had 2 sewage and water board employees who were suspended for conducted private inspections while being paid on duty by the city. And as is the case when we conduct these investigations, sometimes city employees resign under investigation. We had one just last week. Ongoing with the year-to-date cases, I'm sure you've heard of Kevin Richardson, a building inspector sentenced to 30 months in jail for using his public office for personal gain. A sewage and water board special agent was terminated after we determined she was conducting personal business on her computer and creating fictitious and fraudulent IRS forms. Another sewage and water board employee was reprimanded for posting threatening messages online. So when city employees don't behave properly or comply to the standards of behavior, it represents I believe, a significant reputational risk for our city. Slide 13. Since COVID, I've looked at threats differently. We all do. When the city didn't have the ability to pay its employees and some of those employees were furloughed, I started looking at our ability or our inability of the city to make certain types of payroll. So we looked at homestead exemption fraud, which continues to be an initiative for us to this day. If you recall, the first report we issued for homestead exemption fraud involved 3 properties that were receiving the homestead exemption despite the owners being deceased. Some of these owners were deceased for at least 10 years. That reassessment of those 3 properties netted the city and estate about $45,000. And to date, we've turned in about an additional 70 properties. So if you do the math on the first 3 and what could be reasonably expected from the reassessment of the new taxes, the city and estate may net somewhere in excess of $1 million. So we actually are creating money and recovering money for the city in the work that we do. On to slide 14, investigation has completed several reports. Some of the reports you won't be able to know about because they are still involved in ongoing criminal matters, but the ones we can talk about are here today. We found sewage and water board employees using the handicap permits of deceased people. The fact that some of these employees were receiving the ability to park in a garage, which the city was paying for, aggravates the situation. More importantly to me, the individuals that legitimately possessed parking handicap placards did not have the ability to park, and people were walking or rolling in wheelchairs from several blocks away. This type of behavior just does not represent what we believe city employees should emulate. And if you look at the total amount of money that we believe we stopped from the city losing just in a 1-year period, if you account the money that the city was paying for parking spaces and those city employees were parking on the street, prohibiting people to pay money for the meters because they were using handicap placards, the city lost out on average about $132,000 a year. Investigations recently released another report concerning the JJIC, which I believe most of the board members have read, as well as the council. This documented the missteps of the department head, which you've all probably seen last week. And one thing I wanted to touch base on this, some of these departments are subsectors of critical infrastructure. And so critical infrastructure or those entities that are designated so vital to the importance and sustainment of life that they have the tag of critical infrastructure. And so the JJIC is a subsector of the emergency services sector. And the purpose of the JJIC is to provide a safe and stable environment for juvenile offenders in a pretrial environment. And when the director of the facility disregards the security protocols in place to ensure the safety of not only the employees that work there, but the residents, it doesn't set an inspiring message for the employees of the JJIC. Our audit division has completed several reports. Our brass and purchasing report was very complimentary of the improvements made by the city, to include the replacement of the outdated system, as well as the significant improvements that they implemented on the critical internal controls. The City of New Orleans and Sewage and Water Board Coordination Report chronicled the importance of combining the resources of the City of New Orleans and the Sewage and Water Board effectively. The roadwork project had more than $10 million in change orders, which delayed project completion significantly. And the city did not necessarily provide ongoing information to the public concerning the status of their street and the construction, which was extremely frustrating to our residents. And lastly, the Sewage and Water Board did not submit timely reimbursements to GOSEP, which did not enable the city to collect the money for the work that had already been done. We also found that CastWorks, which was the city's sewage and water board asset management system, was outdated. And due to the limitations of the outdated system, they were unable to provide credible information of the Joint Recovery Request Program, which is a $2 billion capital improvement program. Lastly, the safety and permits report revealed many facts about the activities of city inspectors that must be corrected to ensure the integrity of future building constructions and renovations. City inspectors, we found from the information that we sampled, did not show up for inspections in person about 20% of the time. And when they did show up, about 40% of the time, they only spent 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. And to perform an actual proper inspection, you have to be there at least 10 minutes. When these inspections aren't done properly, it can lead to catastrophic results. Our inspections division also completed many significant reports this year. The job ordering contract did not fully comply with CAO policies, and we found that it did not operate very effectively or efficiently. Because of our findings, the city decided to do away with the JOC. From 2017 to 2020, the city spent about $393,000 in licensing fees to operate the JOC. So by doing that, that's another $393,000 that we saved the city from spending. Bureau of Purchasing was another report which highlighted the city's procurement process. And in many instances, the procurement process was flawed, given that competitive solicitations received less than the recommended bids. And when that happens, the city may not get the services that they need, but they also may not have this, the specifications on the needs of what the city actually needs to have done. NOLA 311 potholes was a very popular report. Most cities strive to fix potholes in their cities within 10 to 30 days, and we did that sampling based off of cities of the same size of city of New Orleans. But we found in most cases, potholes, once they were reported, didn't get fixed for about 240 days. And some of the potholes in our sampling didn't get fixed for about 348 days. We recommended that the city have more defined goals and measurements for completing pothole repairs within a specific time, and to come up with a performance management policy to correct this deficiency. Lastly, the firefighters' pension, while it has made significant improvements in recent years, we found that the city did not comply with certain provisions of the CEA, which limited its overall effectiveness. The fund lost money, as you know, for 10 straight years in a row, but it's been doing better since, and hopefully it will. It's the least that we can do for our firefighters who risk their lives for us. On with the departmental goals. So for goal one, we live in a digital world, so we have to have the ability to receive, transmit, and store information. And so our information technology success is critical to moving forward for us to be able to combine our resources to mitigate these threats. We will continue to enhance our collection capability. And our homestead exemption fraud is one great example of how we've been able to analyze bulk data. For goal 2, in our time of increasing threats and limited resources, we gotta be better stewards with the resources we have. So we will continue to have partnerships with the local, state, and federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Goal 3, we focus on the right issues at the right time, which is highly reflective in our annual work plan. Slide 19. We undergo a significant review on our work plan each year, which we produce in September. And we adjust as needed to handle emerging threats as they come up, such as what we believe were the case with the Wisner and the NOPD's response to violent crime. Goal 5, in this endeavor, we strive to mitigate fraud, waste, and abuse through education and awareness. Our reports, once they're complete, we follow up with the entity to ensure that they are following our recommendations that we consider and that they are being applied appropriately. Goal 6, we would obviously like to mitigate fraud, waste, and abuse by relying on the integrity of others, but sometimes it's necessary to refer criminal charges. For instance, Brian Meadis, the former city's chief mechanical engineer, was referred to federal authorities for utilizing his public office for personal gain and was subsequently convicted in federal court. Goal 7, we refer the results of administrative investigations to the CAO. The most recent JJIC report was furnished to the city attorney and the CAO, who promptly ensured that the JJIC complied with our recommendations for security protocols at the JJIC to ensure the safety of the residents. Some projects underway. We have the OPCD, the Orleans Parish Communications District Credit Card Performance Review. And I just wanted to make a note here. And I know you're all aware of this, but the OPCD questioned the jurisdiction of the Office of Inspector General despite the $2+ million that they received from the office. And we went to the court, the lower court, who upheld our jurisdiction, and they decided to take us to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, who again upheld our jurisdiction. And so when these things happen, it interferes with our ability to properly do our job effectively. We have a schedule, we have a maintenance plan, we have people assigned to certain things. And it also made us spend about $50,000 of our own money. So going forward in the future, whatever the city council can do, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but if they do take us to court to question our jurisdiction, it'd be nice to maybe get some of that money back in our budget. Just a thought for later. With regard to time and attendance reporting, we've come across a lot of employees who are potentially committing payroll fraud. So we are going to launch a citywide attendance report to determine if the city has proper policies in place and procedures to ensure city employees are reporting their time and attendance. The time and attendance for salary is one of the probably the biggest large items that we have in the budget. With regard to the NOPD response to crime, we're going to assess NOPD's response to violent crime in relation to the best practices, and the Wisner Foundation and the Safety and Permits audit is going to reveal some potential violations which we feel are in need of correction. And Patrice, I'll turn it over to Chief Rose for our proposed and upcoming projects for I&E.
Good morning. For inspections and I'm sorry, I'm Patrice Rose. I am the chief for inspections and evaluations. In upcoming later this year and on to next year, we have a few projects that we are proposing. They're not firm. It depends on our the upcoming and urgent events that come up next year. But for right now, we are proposing to look at the Department of Code Enforcement, where we hope to look at the amount of time that the department takes to resolve citizen requests for service. We're also wanting to look at the Equipment Maintenance Division, and do a follow-up on two different reports that were done a few years ago. One of them was our fleet management report, and one was a report on fuel dispensing. We will be hopefully looking at the Orleans Parish Communications Division, District, I'm sorry. And that will be to look at what effect, if any, there is with the emergency response times to crime. And finally, we propose to look at the Sewage and Water Board and the issues that they're having with collecting on overdue bills.
Next.
Good morning. I'm Allie Broyles, and I'm the Chief of the Audit and Review Division. Our two proposed and upcoming audits for 2023 focus on the New Orleans East Hospital and the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. In 2021, our office released a citywide risk assessment, and both of these entities were included in the top 5 organizations with the highest potential for fraud, waste, and abuse. The New Orleans East Hospital is a city-owned, self-sustaining hospital that's managed by LCMC through a cooperative endeavor agreement with the city. Our office has not performed any audits or evaluation of the hospital since its inception, and we have decided to conduct an audit of the hospital's use of funds. This audit will begin in 2023. We will also be performing a payroll and paid details audit of the sheriff's office. Historically, paid details have been an area that is easily abused. Our office has performed payroll and paid detail audits for many departments, including NOPD. However, we have not yet performed an audit of the Sheriff's Department. We will begin this audit in April 2023 in order to give the current administration adequate time to update and implement any new policies.
So public corruption, we have a little bit of a problem with that here in the city. It impacts the quality of life of our citizens. It facilitates taxpayer wasted money and decreases accountability. And overall, it just creates a loss of confidence in the citizens that we take an oath to serve. We will continue to ensure public officials who utilize their public office for personal gain will be held accountable for their actions. Slide 25. This is our budget is 0.55% of the general fund. Hiring has been one of our main challenges this year. But like I said before, we've been able to hire investigators, evaluators, and auditors. We currently have 6 investigators, 4 auditors, 4 evaluators, IT security manager, an office manager, a general counsel, and 2 interns. We are now seeking to hire another IT assistant as well as a communication specialist. We can go to slide 28. One of our new initiatives that we're not asking any money for because we have more than enough to pay for this is to mitigate fraud, waste, and abuse through a communication specialist. And I believe having this person would assist us in our endeavor to become more heavily involved in social media as well as given positions and presentations to the general public. We're also in the process of updating our website, which will ensure our outreach as well as properly reflect the contributions. Our website hasn't been updated in about 5 years. Before I take any questions, I wanted to remind the council to please follow us if you haven't already done so on Twitter and Facebook. Our budget is about $4 million. And if you look at our population of the city, about 376,000, that equates to about every citizen in the city giving up 1 order of beignets and a cafe au lait a year to fund our office. And then if you take into account the money that we are now recovering, that budget expenditure that the city pays for us has gone down significantly. From 2009 to 2021, the Office of Inspector General has cost the city about $40 million, but we've recovered in that time period about $120 million. We continue to be a good investment for the city of New Orleans. Many of you have accepted my offer for an outreach briefing, and I hope the remaining council members take me up on it because I would love to spend some time talking about our goals and objectives and how we accomplish our mission. And with that, we are ready for any questions the council may have.
Councilmember King.
Good morning. Morning. You mentioned the potholes, how most cities our size, I think you said 10 to 30 days.
Yes, sir.
Should
Most
follow
cities,
through.
and we did the sampling of cities that have a comparative size to us like Memphis, and they strive to report and repair their potholes within 10 to 30 days.
And ours about 200 to 340.
Average about 240, some were about 336 days.
What's the reason for the significant difference in time?
Well, the large portion of the reason is the lack of communication between the interagencies that report the pothole to the individuals that actually repair the pothole. Sometimes they were issuing work orders or equipment that necessarily that didn't have the ability to properly repair the pothole. So sometimes it's a pothole, and sometimes if you've ever seen those long stretches of roads to where there's like a crack like this big, but it's this big, but it's like 4 inches wide, but it's like 30 feet long. That's a different type of machine, but I'm confident going forward that they'll have the necessary equipment because they ordered some additional equipment to expedite some of the processes. But potholes affect everybody. I mean, if you've ever run into one, you know, some cities have a process in place to where they will actually pay if the damage occurs after the 10-day period that they strive to fix it. We don't have that. And so it affects everyone's lives, and it not only affects people that drive, but people that ride their bicycles to work. Several people have been injured, you know, with their bicycles. So it does affect a large portion of the population that we really don't know about.
So if the main, or one of the main reasons is the lack of communication, and I know
I'm sorry, I can't.
if one of the main reasons for the potholes not being fixed in a timely manner is lack of communication, is 311 the issue?
We believe some of the issues with 311. So one of the biggest issues is that they have a duplicate service. And so some of the potholes that were reported were necessarily potentially removed from the process, and some of them were duplicates. And so they didn't have a full accounting measure of the process in place. And do you have anything else to add?
I would add that some of the, one of the other issues that's related to this problem is that they don't have any performance measures related to fixing the potholes.
Public Works?
Public Works, right? There's no performance measures, whereas in some other cities, they have a measure, a goal to say, we want to fix them between 10 and 15 or 10 and 20 days or whatever. Department of Public Works didn't have a performance measure, so they just got fixed when they got fixed.
Do they have one now?
That was what we recommended. I'm not sure. We haven't done a follow-up yet. We generally do a follow-up about 1.5 to 2 years after.
And when did you recommend this?
This was in March of 2022.
All right. That's, well, one more question. When you have people who with the tax fraud, the homestead exemptions,
Yes, sir.
the homestead exemptions, do you refer them to the federal court or the city?
Not the
district-
federal court. No,
district
sir.
DA's office?
We refer them to the, and Bill Bonnie can maybe talk a little bit more about this, but we communicate with the assessor's office and the Office of Tax Assessment. It is a crime. It's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 6 months in jail. But
I want to add, my name is William Bonney. I'm Deputy Inspector General for Investigations. The bulk of the matters we're dealing with is people who've passed away and their homes haven't been reassessed for whatever reason. Maybe they didn't go through succession. So there's no misrepresentation in the records. They just haven't updated the records.
Understood. And how much will be losing on money for not getting these potholes fixed in a timely fashion?
We didn't look at that issue.
Are we losing money as a city? As they grow, they cause more damage?
The citizens are the ones losing money because they have to get the repairs to their cars when the cars get damaged due to the potholes.
in any industry, for the production and dissemination of goods and services relies on an effective and efficient transportation system. And so having those roads, I mean, the other day in front of my office on Pointer Street, a truck fell into Pointer Street. It was a service truck. So I mean, it does impact commerce.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I guess one, it seems like that's why we've been pushing so much for dashboards too. That if you can see that it's taking 340 days, then maybe that helps push. And that leads to my first question, which is, are you seeing the city implementing any of the changes that you've recommended over the last 2 years?
So when we write reports, so for instance, the JJIC report, which we just completed, the chief administrative officer informed me that he had informed the JJIC to implement those changes immediately. So with the Sewage and Water Board and the DPW and Sewage and Water Board coordination, the $2 billion capital improvement program, they and with safety and permits, they basically accepted all of our recommendations and said that they were going to put those in their standard operating procedures. We will do a follow-up to ensure that those are being done.
Yeah, I guess it's one thing to point out to somebody there's a problem, but then starting to understand the implementation of fixing it is almost as critical. I really don't mean this flippantly, and I don't know how else to ask it. Do we really need another report on sewage and water board billing? I mean, we kind of know. I mean, I'm being honest. Like we would just A, we know what the problems are. B, we have a task force now. I mean, is there something else that's missing in the public domain?
Well, part of that, I think it may have an interesting twist. Some of these individuals that are not paying their water bills are sewage and water board employees themselves. And while we can't talk about aspects of the ongoing investigation, there are different things that I think would it's very telling, and it's something that has to be corrected. And yes, we do have to. It's some internal matters that they're doing.
All right, may I ask this favor? Will you mind going back to slide 22? I just want to make sure you said New Orleans East Hospital, but that says District A. That
I
could
think
just
that's
be,
the official name for the hospital in New Orleans East.
okay. I just wanted to see why that was there because I was expecting to see if there was some other
I think
hospital.
that's the formal name on the financial
Okay.
statement.
Perfect. And then, is there a specific reason why there's an audit into the sheriff? In other words, there's a lot of outside agencies to whom we give money. Is there a reason the sheriff specifically is being
Well,
selected?
In 2021, we released our risk assessment and they ranked #1 as the entity with probably the highest risk for fraud, waste and abuse. And so we like to kind of go in and out of all of the entities that rank the highest. And we haven't been out there in like 10 years.
Oh, it's been that long.
Mhm.
And I remember now that you say that.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily that we think they're gonna obviously, but based on the amount of transaction and the large financial expenditure, the more money you spend, the more possibility it is for.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, part of the reason the sheriff was here for so long is because their budget is already $55 million. They're asking for another 13 million operating and another 40 million in ARPA. That's a big ask. It's not a $4 million budget like you have, so it needs to be scrutinized.
Yes, at this time, we're not asking for an increase, sir.
Yeah, I got it. All right. I think that's it. For me. I know Councilmember Thomas is back. Do you have any questions, Councilmember?
No, I'll read your notes.
Okay, I appreciate it. All right, I think with that, y'all are finished. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank
I
you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right, next up, Ethics Review Board. Oh, they went. I missed them. Sorry about that. All right, then Civil Service.
Is this yours? I need one.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Great work.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing all right? Take up too much of your time, Amy.
All right, Mr. Pagne, good morning.
Hi, good morning, council members. I'm Amy Trepanier, Director of New Orleans Civil Service. I have with me today Robert Hagman and Shauna Parker on my staff. So we'll just go through our presentation pretty quickly, and then whatever questions you all have, we're happy to answer. So the mission and vision of the Civil Service Department. The mission is to partner with city departments to make the city of New Orleans an employer of choice and a leader in the management of human resources. Our vision statement is to provide the most efficient and effective human resource services and programs to enable city government to recruit, develop, and retain a well-qualified and high-performing workforce in accordance with merit system principles. And of course, some of the merit system principles are equal pay for equal work, fair and open competition for city positions, and of course, transparency. Just quickly, our organizational chart, we report to the Civil Service Commission. And then we have 6 separate divisions within the Civil Service Department to enact all of our constitutional mandates. Okay. And quickly with our 2022 departmental accomplishments, our staff and our team have been hard at work working with NOPD on civilian support for the police department. We're meeting weekly with NOPD leadership and the consent decree monitors in order to enhance the civilianization efforts. Some of the things we've done so far is, again, to collaborate with NOPD to increase civilian support, to reduce the burden on commission officers and improve public safety response. We've supported the alternative police response program with the new positions of police investigative specialist and police intake specialist. We've created new classifications, increased base pay, and created new special rates of pay for civilian positions within the crime lab. And we've created additional new classifications of police investigative supervisor, police bureau chief of staff, chief of operations, and crime scene specialists, which is a job series. We've also partnered with the police department and the fire department to hire new recruits for both of those entities. So, year to date, we've processed over 2,100 applications for police recruit. We are administering police recruit tests every weekday. We also offer evening and weekend options for that testing. Anyone can walk into that testing at 8:30 every weekday. So far, we've also tested 143 applicants for fire recruit by virtue of 36 separate testing sessions for those positions. We've worked with the fire department to administer 14 different fire recruit agility sessions. And we've overseen the administration of 85 pre-employment psychological screenings for police and fire recruit applicants. One of the other important things that we do for city government is administration of pay. And so we offer classification and compensation support to the departments. Earlier this year, we worked with finance to enact that $15 an hour minimum wage increase that the council approved last year. That has been very important that was an important move in keeping our salaries in line with market. Little did we know how much the market would increase this year. So that was very helpful. And again, those increases impacted over 25% of the workforce. Robert and his team also put in those 5% lump sum cost of living increases for all employees in October. Our staff has recommended, we try to be responsive to the needs of the departments. So we've recommended increasing hiring rates to aid in recruitment and retention, including rate increases for physician, the engineering job classifications, the criminalist job classifications, police HR director, the crime lab director, summer youth worker, and utilities human resources administrator. Our team has administered several different tools that departments have, which are special pays. They've reviewed and responded to various compensation requests, including educational incentive pay, professional certification pay, temporary special assignment pay, our new outside offer pay tool, job studies, and extraordinary qualifications pay. Our team has established new job series for automotive mechanics, a juvenile parole series, crime scene specialist, and we've also created new classes for library fiscal administrator, library archivist, and deputy general superintendent at Sewage and Water Board. Our recruitment team has been hard at work trying to get applicants for our numerous vacancies within the city. They've attended several events held by the Mayor's Neighborhood Engagement Office, the SUNO Career Fair, UNO Career Fair, and Sewage and Water Board Job Fair. We've utilized our NeoGov online application system for electronic applications and requisition routing. So far this year, we've received, now we're up to about 14,000 applications for over 548 separate job postings. And we've received and reviewed over 2,000 requisitions for new hires, promotions, pay increases, and transfers. We always like to provide data on the time it takes to hire city employees. And so the average time between when a person applies and their placement on an eligible list so far this year was 8 days. This includes our staff's review of applications as well as any testing that an applicant may need to engage in. And we do allow for self-scheduling for those tests via our applicant tracking system. And then once civil service places someone on an eligible list and then sends that list to the department, the average time between us sending out that list and employee's start date was 23 days. And that includes any kind of interviews, substance abuse testing, background checks, or any required medical testing. Obviously, that does not include police and fire, which have a much more rigorous background screening phase. Other departmental accomplishments in disciplinary appeals, employee training, and rule changes. For appeals, so far, we've processed 53 employee disciplinary appeals, completed 21 appeal hearings, and processed 11 settlement agreements. We've released 40 Civil Service Commission decisions on disciplinary appeals and other matters, and we've contracted with a new hearing examiner as part of ongoing efforts to make the appeals process more efficient. In terms of training and development, we've overseen the administration of employee enrichment courses to over 500 employees in both classroom and virtual training sessions. We've offered 103 sessions of 62 different employee enrichment courses in areas such as customer service, conflict management, leadership, purchasing, and employee discipline. We've had 7 orientation sessions for over 100 new employees, and we've conducted course test outs for 18 additional employees. We've been working on an pilot emerging leaders program. And so we're currently working with a contractor to develop a curriculum for that. We're going to hold sessions, 4 different sessions for 25 to 30 sort of middle manager emerging leaders in city government. And we'll be holding those sessions late this year and early next year. And again, this civil service system needs to be more adaptive. And one of the ways that we're adaptive is through rule changes. Our rules are a living document. And so staff has provided support for various amendments to civil service rules, including rule changes regarding matching retention pay for outside employment offers, merit pay for performance, and expanded certification timelines for public safety positions. Our goals for next year are to continue to work with the city and Civil Service Commission to revise the civil service rules and processes to enhance efficiency, transparency, and fairness in the administration of the merit system. We'd like to oversee the development and administration of police and fire promotional exams, implement new software to enhance recruitment for vacancies, oversee the selection of additional trainers for employee enrichment courses, resume nationwide electronic testing for police recruit, work with departments to address vacancies through hiring rate increases and/or minimum qualification changes, and oversee the implementation of service-wide increases and special retention payments. And then we just have our budgeted summary for 2022. Not a lot of change. We are shifting some money from personnel costs. We used to use in-house test development professionals, and we're shifting that to contracted test development professionals. Anyone have any questions?
I don't have a question. I just want to say two things. First, thank you so much always, Amy, for your responsiveness. I told you I now know your extension by heart. I've called you so many times about a variety of issues. And I want to say this publicly so people hear this. The more that the department heads who've been better about communicating have also routinely said that their experiences with civil service and with your office have been excellent. And I feel like a lot of times we hear at that table or otherwise, civil service is the pinch point. It's the problem. It's why we can't do this. And that is changing. And I just want to thank you, your whole team, for the work that you've done.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anybody else? All right.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
very
y'all
much.
very
We
much.
appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Next up is New Orleans Business Alliance.
Yeah.
How you doing, brother? Right over you. See what you got up there. Goes right, goes left. Right, left. Gotcha. Good morning. And we still are at morning. I'm Norman Edward Barnum IV, the President and CEO of the New Orleans Business Alliance. We're so excited to make our presentation here with City Council. I have with me my three senior team members. To my right, Gregory Lawson, Strategic Neighborhood Development, Lynette White Colon, Small Business Growth, and Jeanette Weiland, Bio and Special Projects. We're going to get straight to the point with our presentation and deal with some of the issues that we think have always impacted what and the New Orleans Business Alliance is. So with that being said, on our first slide, we want to make it clear for council and what you're investing in. You're investing in the public-private partnership, the official economic development organization of the City of New Orleans. We are an accredited economic development organization that just received our second round of reaccreditation from the International Economic Development Council. We've also received 11 awards over the last 2 years relative to IEDC for the work that we've been doing on behalf of the residents of the City of New Orleans. And in that vein, we wanted to make sure that NOLA Day is focused on Orleans Parish exclusively. We are focused on prosperity for the people, and we want to create certainty and consistency relative to economic development in our work that transcends mayoral administrations. One of the key components of having a public-private partnership in your jurisdiction is to make sure that there's consistency in the application of economic development processes that transcend administrations, because it takes time. To do industry clusters can take up to a decade, and you need to have consistency. That's what the NOLA Business Alliance does. A couple of examples that we want to foster is that we deal and work with all of our partners in the market. Geno Inc., our regional partner, has to focus on state policy and projects that are usually long-term and needed. Downtown Development District has its focus on properties and profits for the real estate holders, those folks in that corridor that is needed. Our port is instrumental in providing the commerce and foundational piece for our economy. But the New Orleans Business Alliance is working specifically with those entities to create opportunity from the ground up. And I think from that point, I'll pause and take any questions, because I think it's so important for the council and the citizens to recognize who we are.
Councilmember Thomas.
Well, I mean, usually we wait for questions at the end of the presentation. But personally, I can get mine out of the way now. I really wanted to thank you and your team in terms of accessibility, educating the public about what you guys do, as well as taking a look at what business was, is, and should be moving forward. And for someone who in my first political life didn't understand business as much as my degree said I should have, recently working for business for several years, and then now coming to you guys' seminars and sitting in on your workshops has been valuable, because there are a lot of smart people up here, but we don't run a business every day. And some may not want to admit it, but it's different. Understanding public policy and then running a business. So, and I think you guys have done a good job. I know, especially at educating me and continuing some of the work I did post my first political life, and understanding why business is not only important, but how do we think about developing public policy around creating businesses. And several new businesses have opened up in the area that I represent, several new, more than people would have thought just in the last few months. And your team has been to every meeting, every neighborhood meeting, every business meeting, and every educational seminar in doing that level of outreach. So it's been invaluable. My father always told me, be smart enough to know I don't know everything. And I definitely don't know everything I need to know about business, but I've learned more with my relationship with you guys. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas. It has been a pleasure for myself and my team to be a part of creating the good habits in our market relative to economic development, strategic neighborhood development. I'm not going to take the mic on all of this because I have my team members with me, but we'll speak specifically to, in the area of strategic neighborhood development with Gregory Lawson, the why and why we're making those connective points. In the area of small business growth, the why, the need for injection of capital for BIPOC businesses, specifically in bio, an industry cluster that we know we need to diversify, and there's been a lot of resources spent to with Jeanette Weiland. I believe firmly that our city is in the cusp of something great. We can be better than we have been, but we have to be able to address it every small business at a time, one transaction at a time, and then make our singles, doubles, and our triples. There are going to be opportunities for the home run. And when we work with our partners for that home run event, but the growth of our economy has to be from the ground up. And I think that's one of the focus we've done at the Business Alliance. I'll pause. Any other questions? If not, we'll go right into bio with Jeanette Weiland.
Thank you, Mr. Barnum. Hello, Council. Thanks for taking the time to pay attention to this presentation. Hopefully, when I go through the bullet points on the slide, what you'll get out of this is a theme of innovation, and we'll understand that NOLA is an entity in this town creating solutions for pain points that nobody else is. So to start, as an example, I think I've presented this to you before, but I'll just reiterate it again. New Orleans is a star for the state of Louisiana in the sense that we have some very, very significant and impactful research institutions between Xavier University, Tulane University, and LSU Health New Orleans. We have a lot of federal grant funding going there, and what happens with the research is that hopefully more than less of it is commercialized and becomes companies. And where that happens is NOVIC, which is New Orleans Bioinnovation Center. The gap that we have in the market and the reason we've lost companies that have been homegrown is because they had nowhere else to go. And so what NOVA did was at first we tried, cold calling and trying to get the attention of massive developers who specialize in the real estate space of developing wet lab facilities and lake properties. No one will look at our market because it's too small. And of course, NOLA doesn't have its own pot of money to go ahead and lead that as a CDC. So what we did is we teamed up with the federal government. The EDA saw our business case, thought it had merit, and funded us. And what we're doing right now as we speak is we're building out build-to-suit wet lab facilities at UNO's Research Tech Park. We walked through probably about 8 different local biotech companies, and the one company that jumped all over this opportunity first was Ovitala Sciences, which is why you see their logo on the slide. And that is a Black female-owned homegrown biotech company that now has a place to continue growing her business instead of leaving New Orleans and instead of leaving Louisiana. So again, I want to reiterate, nobody else is doing this work. This is our work, and we're very proud of it. And this is going to be the beginning of a beautiful cluster in the sciences space for New Orleans. Additionally, just to the fact that we don't have our own pot of money to make the impact that we can make in the communities for our people. I think you'll probably hear this theme on the streets all the time. There's not enough capital. There's no venture capital. There's no private equity that's doing it here in New Orleans. Well, again, we don't, our philosophy under our leader, Mr. Barnum, doesn't allow us to sit still and just complain. We have to come up with solutions. So what we did is we made another business case to the federal government, and they loved it and they funded it. And now they've given us money to create a community economic development fund, which we are currently in process of doing with some of the best attorneys in the nation, who they wrote the book on how to craft and structure community economic development funds that will match our mission at NOLA VA. In supporting our majority Black city and making sure that growth is equitable. So there's more to come on that in 2023. Again, nobody else is doing this work. NOLA VA is. Also, what we do is, Mr. Barnum spoke to partnerships. And so we had the Build Back Better Bio application that was funded in phase 1. We were part of that. And that coalition stretched from New Orleans all the way to Baton Rouge. And it's what we call a bio super region. We've worked very, very closely with our partners in Baton Rouge, and we understand down here that we are not at competition within our own tiny state. We're actually stronger together, and New Orleans and Baton Rouge are complementary in this life sciences space. So not only did we partner up for that application, we also partnered up with Baton Rouge Health District, Baton Rouge Area Chamber, and Pennington Biomedical Research Center, again, with all of our New Orleans entities. And we go to the nation's biggest bio convention every year in Market, Louisiana, and our companies. Unfortunately, our regional partner, Geno Inc., didn't have a couple $1,000s in their budget to join that effort. We hope that they will in 2023. Also, NOLA VA took the lead in joining up with 2 of our homegrown companies and the NIH and Johns Hopkins University to produce the very first global MPS summit right here in New Orleans. That stands for Microphysiological Systems Society. And again, we have some serious star talent here that is growing companies that the whole world is using. One of them, as a matter of fact, has 13 of the world's 25 largest pharmaceutical companies as clients. They send their business right here to New Orleans within the Bio District. And speaking of the Bio District, we are the fiscal and administrative agent. We work very closely with them. We had a meeting yesterday. We're very excited about the TIF that passed, and we're probably going to move those meetings to monthly because there's so much great work to do. And NOLA VA is an integral partner in making sure that the work that is done within the Bio District footprint is equitable in terms of future growth. And the last thing I'll say is that we also have played a very strong part in working with Louisiana Legislature's STEM Innovation Caucus. We provide them data and education year-round so that they can make informed decisions and understand what's happening amongst the country within other states and how we can position Louisiana to be as competitive as possible. And so a tangible result of that work was last session. 3 bills were passed, authored by the caucus, and passed that match or attract SBIR, STTR award recipients. The one thing that's not in our innovation slide that I'll hand it over to Mr. Barnum to briefly talk about is our work in leading the Advancing Cities JP Morgan Chase grant.
Yes, we were fortunate enough as a city to receive 3 years of funding from JP Morgan Chase for Advancing Cities relative to creating a blue-green infrastructure cluster with water management. And we are very happy to be going into our 3rd year now with that grant, and have convened and established a cadence with education, our partners throughout the city, and workforce and small business to now create and start diversifying our economy in a way that will be critical to the #1 pain point in our city, and it is water and water management. So again, that's another one of the areas that a public-private partnership allows the city to receive and leverage funding that is not only on our own pressure, our own pocketbook to create this cluster. If we don't have any more questions in this area, I will go to our next area that we wanted to share with you with Lynette White-Colin, our small business growth.
Thank you, Norman. Good morning. I'm Lynette White-Colin, the Senior VP for Small Business Growth. And what we do is pretty much look at the ecosystem as a whole to figure out where we have gaps, where we have areas that we need to find solutions for. And looking at our ecosystem, we have a lot of resources available. What we didn't have resources for and where we found one of the biggest gaps is those BIPOC businesses of high growth potential who have not been able to move those businesses to the next level. So one of the programs that we created is called Invest NOLA. It's part of a national program, Ascend, that is sponsored by JP Morgan Chase, where 14 urban cities are participating in this program and working to make sure that there are opportunities for high growth for businesses owned by people of color. So our program is really designed to increase the capability of these high growth BIPOC owned businesses to grow beyond and outside of the DBE and other certification programs that in many ways actually can hinder larger growth for our businesses. And so part of what we do is we match these businesses with mentors through our management education component. It's very highly customized. It's making sure that we are addressing the real needs of these businesses. In addition to that, we pair them with a financial advisor who are helping them with the financial management of the businesses, but also helping them to develop wealth creating strategies for themselves and for their employees. Secondly, we help to connect them to small business opportunities, contract opportunities, and procurement opportunities with not just the public sector, but also the private sector. And then finally, we work with two of our local CDFIs here. And recently we brought on a national bank, Live Oak Bank, that is working with those two CDFIs in a financial collaborative to make sure that we're able to fund these larger strategies for our BIPOC businesses. So the way this works is we do this management education program where we bring in very advanced level management, where we're introducing new strategies for growth, strategies that are helping them to acquire other businesses, strategies that are teaching them how to enter mentor protege opportunities, strategies that are helping them to form joint ventures so that they are able to not only perform in opportunities with prime contractors, but become the prime contractors. Secondly, we have a council of procurement officers, supplier development professionals, and facilities managers in the both public and private sectors. Those organizations we meet with monthly, we host them and help them to strategize around how to increase their organization spend with BIPOC companies. And then finally, our CDFI consortium, which consists of two CDFIs that are run by leaders of color. Additionally, we've brought on Live Oak Bank, a national online bank that is doing more small business lending than any other bank in the country. And they are helping to maximize the effectiveness of the lending here, but also the efficiency and helping to service the kinds of innovative capital products that we're developing. And then for this, last year, we did over 62 million in contracts with businesses of color. We're on track to surpass that this year. We did over 3 million in financing, and we are definitely going to surpass that amount this year as well. We also established a national partnership with MasterCard this year. We received a $300,000 grant to support our small business efforts. One of the initiatives that we partner with MasterCard on is called Digital Doors. It's a training initiative for our small businesses that's helping them to build capacity, but also connecting them to the digital economy and to other fintech applications where we know technology is critical for the survival of our small businesses. We also developed with MasterCard a holiday initiative where we are driving traffic to those communities where they are under-resourced, where there are not the big box retailers or large commercial businesses, where small businesses are really helping to sustain and grow those neighborhoods. And so we did this campaign that is heavily marketed to make people go out into those neighborhoods to do their holiday shopping. We recently gained representation on the International Business Innovation Association, which is an organization that has been operating now for over 30 years internationally, looking at new innovative strategies for small business growth. And I'm just happy to say that, you know, now that we have representation on there, it's going to put New Orleans in another area where we're able to showcase what we're doing, in addition to doing that nationally. We were also awarded a $500,000 award from the Treasury Department through the Small Business Credit Initiative, which is a debt capital program geared towards small businesses, minority small businesses. And while we are not lenders, traditionally, this money actually goes to lenders, but because we have this capital consortium that we've created these innovative debt products with, we were able to gain access to $500,000, which we'll match with another $500,000. So we'll have $1 million loan fund that will really help to address some of the high growth needs of our businesses owned by people of color. And then finally, I'll just say that NOLA BA is committed to building these small business resources and creating the opportunities that are necessary for our small businesses to grow, which will help to increase the on-ramps for job growth for local residents, in addition to wealth building for our local residents and families.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If we don't have any questions for Lynette, we'll go into our next presentation. Gregory Nelson will take us through strategic neighborhood development.
Thanks, Norman. Good morning, council. Thank you guys for your partnership. I really want to shout out your staff who shows up every business meeting, every neighborhood association meeting. So Deidre and Darren, James Baker, Sheree and Sadie, Amanda and Nina, who's always showing up from Ms. Brenda, but also Eleanor and Winston in District C's office. Again, I'm Greg Lawson. I have the pleasure of leading our equitable place-based strategies through strategic neighborhood development, where we're really focusing NOLA BA resources on equitable economic development across 7 neighborhoods who've seen levels of disinvestment over the decades. Those neighborhoods include and represents every citywide, Holly Grove, Gertown, Algiers, Gentilly, New Orleans East, and then one of my favorite, the Lower Ninth Ward. Our strategy is pretty simple. We begin by working with residents who sustain community, centering them and prioritizing them on strategies. As you guys know, community walk into the room, level setting with economic development is we use cutting edge data, whether it's our business insight tool or what's currently known now as Buxton, where we provide in-depth data to business owners and commercial corridor partners. Today, I kind of highlight some intentionality around our partnership in place-based. Through our partnership with LED Louisiana Economic Development, we secured $100,000 to provide ongoing capacity building workshops and engagements for our economic development partners. We work exclusively with state sanctioned economic development districts. So everybody ranging from Gentilly Development District, Algiers Development District, Lower Nile Economic Development District. We work with Main Street agencies. So everyone from OC Hallett, Old Algiers Main Street, and now the newly St. Claude Main Street that will be seeded and implemented, as well as a host of merchant and business association along these historic commercial corridors. In partnership with the state, this year we provided a travel scholarship and actually hosted a training at the National Main Street Conference with over 100 attendees, giving props to our community partners and highlighted some of the great work we're doing around equitable economic development. We highlighted the work Old Algiers Main Street is doing with the Equity Rising program. NOLA BA seeded a $10,000 investment to do a place-based workforce initiative. And then last year, Kellogg funded that initiative at $600,000 to move hospitality workers to industry sector jobs. So whether it's Scheme Society or whether it's healthcare technologies. Few other initiatives or successes with our ongoing capacity building. Last year, we seeded the Lower Nile Economic Development District. And through our body of work, we were able to secure a $200,000 investment for the next 2 years to develop a strategic plan for the overall Ninth Ward and to submit and to do community-based programming. So everything from career exploration programs to MLK and partner with the Urban League to do business incubation. So working with L9 business owners to make sure they have the tools and resources that they need. Some other key factors within S&D team, we provided $100,000 directly to community organizations to implement and design community economic development projects. A big shout out to District A, the Holly Grove Dixon Association seeded that $10,000 and leveraged it to raise $100,000 to start a neighborhood expertise enterprise around worm cultivation. And so now we actually have a worm farm, and now in partnership with the state, getting ready to sell worms to the state to do composting. All of those funding from that program goes to support the neighborhood clinic, the neighborhood resource center, so providing scholarships to kids, youth-driven activities, but also giving kids something to do after school for learning how to compost. And another project before I turn it over will be, I want to highlight a project we partnered with the city of New Orleans, Resilient Corridor. Originally, it was a pilot program and a COVID relief effort. We were funded through a partnership with EDA at a $400,000 rate to provide to do a second cohort of 40 BIPOC-owned businesses across these 7 neighborhoods. I'm proud to say that 97% of that cohort is BIPOC-owned. 100% of that is all New Orleans native locally owned businesses, micro and small businesses. That program is focused on 3 sectors: food production. So how do we make sure our food entrepreneurs have the policies they need, the tools that they need, but also looking at how do you diversify revenue by looking at product lines. We're working with biosciences, particularly with Obertala, as well as TechPlug, to really scale and develop products to address health disparities within our neighborhoods. And then lastly, we're focused on tech, particularly Black tech, and how do you scale and infuse culture and tech together in our neighborhoods. And before I close, I would like to make sure that you guys understand that we demonstrate a commitment to working alongside residents to build vibrant and resilient neighborhoods. As you will see later on, that 25% of our overall budget, which accounts to over $1.5 million, is directly invested into people and communities in the city. And so I look forward to working with you guys to continue this work.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
There's no more questions for Greg. I'd like to focus on a couple of things. Our budget for this year is $7 million. Our request from the city is $1 million. And one of the things that we wanted to isolate is that for every dollar that we've gotten in city funding since 2020, we've been able to leverage it 4 times. So with the investment that's been made in a public-private partnership allows us to leverage and create more programming for the residents of our city. I think that's very well put out, because we've received a reduction in our funding from the city since 2020 of 66%. In 2020, our allocation was $2.5 million. We were reduced to $1 million. Everybody had to share in the pain tied to the pandemic. We understand that. But it is also understandable that to continue to do the work that we have to do, the investment, it needs to be more than $1 million that we seek. We also want to make sure that it was clear that we are excellent stewards of the funds. We've had 2 back-to-back, unmodified, unqualified audit opinions with no material findings. An organization that went through the pandemic that did not contract and was able to find a way, even at 66% funding reduction, to continue to do the work. So for my close, we need to have public support. We've already exercised that we can have support from the government through EDA, through philanthropy, with JP Morgan Chase, William K. Kellogg, and a number of foundations. But for us and our citizens to reach this full potential, to have equity as a part of our proposition into reality, we're requesting a $1 million investment from the general fund, from the city of New Orleans, and a $2 million investment from ARPA funds for us to continue to work. And with that, I'll listen and take any questions you may have. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. I think it's a very robust presentation. I do think that your position is kind of rather symptomatic of the city's lack of investment in economic development, generally speaking. I'll give you kind of an apples to apples comparison. Jefferson Parish invests $2.3 million in its economic development office. Our economic development office gets $800,000. From what I can glean, and I'm waiting for confirmation from one of my at-larges in Jefferson Parish, they fund JEDCO, which is kind of, I guess, the apples to apples comparison to you guys. They fund JEDCO at $3.8 million.
Yes.
And Jetco manages, they have a 34 million net position managing 17, almost $18 million in assets. The challenge there is that Jetco also shares a part of the occupational licensing fees. And the idea is that as you hunt and kill, you also get fed. And
Right.
there's certainly no respective relationship with the city and with New Orleans Business Alliance. So I don't know, we're in the midst of very aggressive budget negotiations, but I certainly think that it is appropriate and fair to say that if we're going to fund our economic development engines at 1/3 of what Jefferson Parish does, we should not be surprised by not getting the results that Jefferson Parish does with their increased funding. So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that I know that many people point to ARPA as like the solution to all ills. Everyone wants ARPA money, so I appreciate y'all throwing your name in the hat as well. But I do think there's an underlying problem in that. If we're going to have an economic development engine in New Orleans Business Alliance that is similar to Jetco, because I hear what you're saying about being dedicated to New Orleans. We all love GNL Inc. It's a great opportunity, but it's a multi-parish organization. So it has no favoritism.
Right.
If a business likes the region and they think Jefferson Parish is a better fit, they're going to steer Jefferson and vice versa. You can't rely upon them to push. They push the region, not the city.
Right.
But I do think we need to have a larger conversation, both this year and in future years, that we have to really look at how we're going to invest in economic development. Because I would argue, based upon what you've been able to bring back with the limited funding you've gotten from the city, you're kind of punching above your weight as is.
Very aggressively. I will say that we're happy to be part of those discussions on how we can start to participate in the kill and eat. For specifically, I think you need to have some of that competitive juice. It's just not about, funding us. But I would say as I backtrack to ARPA, in March of 2020, when the uncertainty was so great, the New Orleans Business Alliance created a COVID relief fund. In 8 weeks, we put $100,000 of our own money on the line, raised 1.4 against it, and put that money on the street via PayPal to COVID workers that did not have idle or unemployment at the time. And so part of that request is just a reimbursement for the New Orleans Business Alliance during that period of time to help us recapitalize, even taking a funding cut. Because when the city needed us, the community needed us, we stood up. And we will continue to stand up for the city. And I do think the broader discussion about how we fund economic development, the residents want to have a future that they can look at and see, and how economic development helps create that. The sector wants to be a part of it. They want to be involved in sense that we figure this thing out, because technology and innovation is not working. Is going to occur. Diversity still be second.
Well, let me ask you a question. I mean, first off, definitely send us a follow-up as far as monies that were spent during COVID in particular, and kind of single that out and highlight that for us, because certainly I think the council does want to make you whole. But when you talk about COVID response, I will tell you, it was a tremendous missed opportunity, probably utilizing the Business Alliance. In Nashville, for example, they created immediately a $1 million fund for musicians and culture bearers, because these are not people that have 1099s or have the ability to produce the documents necessary to get traditional participation. And with your ability to take in funds and leverage funds, it was a tremendous missed opportunity. That's kind of the thing you guys could have taken the lead on that we just kind of left fallow.
Well, what we did is that's exactly what we did. We fostered that COVID relief fund. We put $1 million. We got from individuals contribute 1.3 million, and just a pass-through entity for that back to the.
What could you have done had we had the city given you $1 million?
I could tell you, we would have had more to expand the numbers.
Right. So I mean,
Right.
my larger point is that if we already have tools in our disposal, we have the relationships to provide the leverage that's specific to the city of New Orleans, we need to be utilizing those tools more robustly because we left money on the table. When people at that time were looking to figure out ways to help our musicians, help our culture bearers, you had the wherewithal and ability to do it. And instead you self-invested
Yes.
$100,000 to leverage over $1 million. Had the city actually invested in you at a significant amount, we could have had that much more money available for those people.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to first thank you all for helping try to get some people to look at some properties you mentioned. Nothing happened yet, but I appreciate y'all putting that connection together. And I represent District C, which is East and West Bank, all of Algiers and the French Quarter, Bywater, and Marion. And a lot of the East Bank of District C is kind of self-sustained. I don't think you all need to invite anybody or entice anybody to come invest in the French Quarter. I don't think all on the Marion, Bywater, those areas. But we do need that in Algiers. And I know ADD is coming up next. I see them waiting in the wing. They promote Algiers and try to put us on the map. But throughout the years, historically, the West Bank of District C, West Bank of the city has been looked at as the forgotten stepchild. You look at Brechtel Park or Brechtel Golf Course and Park for that matter. Golf course is 100 acres, just vacant green land. I know there's some legal restrictions, but I can't see that being in any other major city. And we do consider ourselves a major city. I can't see Miami, New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles, even Memphis, our new competitor, or Knoxville. Is it Knoxville? Memphis and
Nashville is
Nashville.
the biggest growth area in that.
Right.
that region.
I can't see them having 100 acres of green space just sitting there. And I'm sure, it might be the same in the East Council times. I'm not sure, but I know in Algiers, it's like we've forgotten about. So I appreciate you all trying to help. But can you speak to some of the things that you're trying to do to entice people or just let people know specifically what we have going in Algiers and maybe work with ADD. I'm sure you all have some conversations, but what can we do to let people know there's two sides of the river? It's not all Jefferson Parish on the West Bank, and we do have a lot to offer.
Councilmember King, I'd like to provide one example and then my colleagues will probably step in as well. So DDD has been a fantastic partner to Ron Barber's leadership. And the first test of the partnership together was we went to the ICSC convention. I think it was in Las Vegas. And what we came back with as a team, lots of leads, and quite frankly, the DDD.
ADD?
No, DDD. Yeah, I know it sounds like DDD. Trust me, I'm gonna get there. They got even more leads, but they needed the leads that they got to the DDD. So they passed them to the lead because we work so closely together, and that's when we started in office with ideas and leads, and these people come to this market. Let's put them there. I would say the reason we did that for your office is because you were gracious enough to host us, the four of us, and you let us know what you were looking to solve for your community, and we heard you and we acted upon it.
You did. Thank you. Thank you. I
And
appreciate
I'll just jump in around some small business stuff. As you know, we're working with Old Algiers Main Street and Algiers Economic Development Foundation, using Buxton, which is our consumer analytics tool. We're doing some match retail. And so working with those two entities, we're giving them cutting edge data around retail matches. So looking at national chain grocery stores and site selection within Old Algiers and Algiers. We have creative placemaking happening with those two entities where we're looking to recruit about 35 students next year to do youth-driven murals, working with creative placemaking, looking at beautifying these community assets along Holiday Boulevard. And then we have the Homegrown Holiday Campaign, which will be doing some activation to intentionally drive foot traffic to small businesses within Algiers. Those are some of the things we're doing, but we're using Buxton to really level set to say, here's the data, here's the best places that we can go and recruit a national chain grocery store. I get it all the time from Miss Valerie. I get it from Kelsey. Miss Lynetta just emailed me this morning about we need to sit down on workforce issues. And so we're doing everything from small business development, business attraction, but also workforce development through the Equity Rising program.
Well,
And then we're also working with some of the larger businesses that are looking to expand for expansion opportunities, and we're driving, their efforts toward some of the under-resourced communities.
well, I appreciate it.
As we help them to get money to be able to expand and, increase their businesses.
Well, thank you. I know a Chick-fil-A is slated to come later this year, and it's like a pit bull on the leash. People are just excited to see something different. And I always tell people you could be one of one if you come there. And I just want to let people know it's not to ignore the East Bank, but like I said, I don't think the French Quarter needs any other recognition. They're doing it. People are fighting over each other to get to the East Bank. So just thank you for your efforts to drive some business to the forgotten part of the city, Algiers. Thank you.
My colleagues waited till my voice was the weakest to ask me to ask their questions for them. So I'm going to do that. These are all from Councilmember Harris.
Okay.
I think Councilmember Morel asked her first one essentially. I think Councilmember King got very close to her next question, which is just about the fact that there are places in the city that have been not as thriving since Katrina. And so how do we focus our efforts in those areas? And let me just give you one example. We have city planning on the one hand saying we need to think about housing differently and what are we going to do, and yet we get a map from Nora that shows all of these properties and is everybody talking to each other about those. So I think she's concerned about what we want to do in areas that have been impacted and disproportionately aren't seeing the type of growth that we would expect to see.
So I think that, so through the strategic neighborhood development efforts, we're working within those 7 neighborhoods. Within District B, we're exclusively working with the Gertown Commercial Corridor and then partner with the O.C. Haley Commercial Corridor. Within Gertown, we've organized the Earhart Merchant Association, which is Black-led, to really galvanize and organize that commercial corridor. We partner with Xavier University Business Department, and they're providing TA to these businesses. But one of the things we're also doing is working with the residents. And so in partnership with Xavier, we were able to do a pilot workforce program where we actually work with one of the RCI participants, Lauren, who owns a cosmetology school, to employ 8 Gertown residents and certify them in hair salon, stylists, and then placing them in a beauty salon within Gertown. So that's some of the work we're doing. And O.C. Haley, we're actually using Buxton again to do retail attraction. So looking at vacant spaces and looking at the highest usage for those spaces, and then using a localized approach, going after local vendors to look at occupying or expanding.
Great.
That's just some of the work we're doing across disinvested neighborhoods.
And then Mr. Barnum touched on this. He said, sort of, I guess the public helping. The next question is, what support can the city provide to NOLA BA outside of funding?
As a part of the city government, I think the validation and bringing forward NOLA BA strongly as its public-private partner. I think the biggest thing is the public sector and philanthropy along the private sector wants to have certainty of this institution. We are this first time that we've gone through a mayoral change in administration. And so to see NOLA BA be the strong public-private partnership in market, we want to make sure that city council and the city, through investment, but through the communication to the public, that NOLA BA is a strong advocate and asset for change in the community. I think that doesn't cost anything.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to add to
Good,
that
sure.
too, is like, we really want to work with more city departments, like permitting, the DBE organizations, to really address some of the gaps, some of the needs, some of the struggles that businesses are having, that we could help them to find solutions for, that will better serve our business community.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, since we're in a roll, I'll just add on to, and since I just mentioned this to Councilmember King, he was gracious enough to host us, this senior team, and then we learned about what his exact needs were, relative to his district. Starting in 2023, we have an intention of reaching out and hosting City Council and the City of New Orleans, in terms of the Mayor's Economic Development Team, intimately at our office every quarter, for breakfast so that we can communicate on a regular cadence. We are very, very aware that collaboration is key to all of us succeeding. And so we are willing to be the facilitator of all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that gets a little bit back to Councilmember Morel's first question and also some of what Councilmember Harris has here is you have an economic development office, you have NOLA BA, you have GNO Inc., you have the DDD, you have all of these partners who are living in somewhat separate spaces, but also similar ones. How do we configure it in a way that it works for everybody? And that we're lifting each other up. This is-
Councilman, before you move on, if you don't mind, just a point. You know, but the other thing is the narrative in the conversation too. And, you know, this is one of the few communities where we don't asset build. Where the number one thing we do is highlight our challenges, our mistakes, our elected officials, not opportunity and our people. You know, Atlanta, there's an agreement there. You know, and if you look at their cities, urban corridors throughout this country, they have said that their city is in play. We say our city is not only not in play, but too often it's off limits. And at some time in a city that the world enjoys, this little gloriously grimy place, where before COVID, we were breaking tourism records. So evidently we have something going for ourselves. So at some point we have to have the same energy when it relates to business. You know, and you hear me talk about my area, 7,000 developable acres of a business park, 2 of the busiest waterways in North America, 27 subdivisions of the highest African-American earners in any municipal district in the region. The second, first largest wildlife refuge with the growth of ecotourism in North America, 9.5 miles of waterway, 5 of those 9 miles are beachfront. If we would advertise our city like that, if our press and our partners would build on the assets of these wonderful people who make one of the world's great cultures, then we wouldn't always be building from a negative. We would be building from our positive and from our politics to our to our lack of sophistication around what it takes to sell this community. We have not been willing to come together in a partnership saying, yes, people here get killed. Yes, people here get robbed. Yes, we have the same ills that urban communities have, but guess what we have? We have a whole lot of wonderful people who do a whole lot of wonderful things every day. And until we do that, we're going to continue experiencing millions of people who come here, but thousands of people who leave every day because they don't know how wonderful this place is. And that's my commentary for the year.
Councilmember Thomas, I will say this team has also discussed in going into 2023, to your point, we need a stronger relationship, again, all of us in that collaboration theme with New Orleans and Company. They're the city's marketing machine, but internally they're focused on heads and beds. And no site selector, no company founder, no one moves their business shop to a place before they visit it first, correct? So that's a missed opportunity. We need to get with that marketing machine and say, look, we know tourism is your hotspot, your membership or the hotels and the restaurants, but we can still leverage that in a nice partnership and also market to those same tourists that they can open up shop here too.
American corporations move their business operation and their headquarters to central Mexico with 5 warring cartels, where hundreds of bodies and people where they break records, and no one says they can't do business there. American corporations go to Southeast Asia, where they not only don't speak the language, they don't understand our basic math or code of communication, and they don't say the schools are a problem there. They do it because they can make money. They can make money here too.
All right. So nobody gets out of council chambers without talking about metrics. What metrics can we track to ensure funding is better spent effectively for this economic development work for our residents? It's our question.
When we look at metrics as opposed to funding and how you received it and compliance, the audit is one of our metrics, unmodified and qualified. When we look at our funders, both William K. Kellogg and JP Morgan Chase, we've got metrics embedded in our grant agreements that we have to hit to continue for funding. But I think overall, Councilman Jerusalem, the overarching metric for our success has to be the growth of the GDP of Orleans Parish and the ability of this body, City Council, to receive funding directly into the general fund by our activities. And I will tell you this, we have not been able to track direct and indirect how that has worked. And that's not just for NOLA BA, that's for these partners that we talked to. Because we connect the dots. It's been a silo that works for us. Jobs that night and day. It still doesn't change the number of who you are and what you do. But I will tell you this, I think when we come back and say the GDP of Orleans Parish increased by X, our activities tied to deal flow that we engaged in, that we help hunt and kill and eat with, the X, I think that is the predominant metric we have to deal with.
I agree, and trust me, I loved hearing about the worm farm and Dick's. I mean, no, seriously. I mean, it's you know, everybody wants to kill the big fish, but you know, we can all eat if we catch a lot of little ones too.
Right.
All right. You mentioned this, Mr. Barnum, a little bit, but Councilmember Harris specifically wants to talk about BIPOC businesses and what is being done to help those businesses. I see Mr. Lawson, and maybe anticipating that question.
I'm going to this right clear.
Okay, there you go. All right.
Well, that is our major focus, right? Because we've looked at this ecosystem, we've seen what works for small businesses. We've also seen what doesn't work for which demographic of businesses, which is why we focused on this program to really grow high growth potential businesses of color. We see this as a way for them to compete with their white counterparts. We see this as a way for them to be able to take on larger contract opportunities. We see this as a way for them not to be dependent on the DBE and other certification programs that's really not helping to grow those businesses. We see this as a way to be able to develop more innovative capital that really helps them to grow, that really helps them to acquire other businesses, to form joint ventures so that these organizations are bigger, they can perform better, they have more capability, they are hiring more people at better wages. And then, the strategic neighborhood development work that Greg is doing is focusing on the micro businesses and the other small businesses. So those are two areas, where we definitely see we are a town of small businesses. We don't have Fortune 500 companies. And so that is really our primary focus. We work with all of the ecosystem partners to make sure that people have an on-ramp to get help, to get the assistance. We've built electronic tools that are helping people to navigate where they need to go, which organizations will be able to help them best. We're helping those organizations to build capacity in their organization so that they can serve better. We will be working with the University of New Orleans into next year to develop programs that actually will provide certification programs for the business advisors who train our small businesses, because we know that's an area that we've lacked in as well. But, we are laser focused on small business. We are identifying what their issues are, which is why I said one of the places where we really want to work with city government is in the permitting process, because that has been a major issue, is in supplier diversity, where we know some of these DBE programs, the policies are really not helping to build wealth, to really build larger businesses, to make sure that our businesses, are being able to operate in a way that does help to increase their revenue, and that they're not beholden on, larger businesses to give them a small share of contracts, that they actually can build larger businesses where they are actually competing with these larger businesses. So we are definitely laser focused. Is what I do 10 hours a day, 5 days, 6 days a week. And I've been in this space for a very long time. So coming to NOLA BA was my way of looking at, how do we change policies? How do we change the narrative for, Black and brown businesses? And that's exactly what we're doing here in the work that we're doing in NOLA BA.
Great, thank you. And her last question is, do you partner with Propeller at all in their work to financially support and mentor local Black-owned businesses?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, and yes.
So Propeller Fund 17, all of our eco system partners, as Ms. Lynette mentioned, people that we actually refer, BIPAC owned business too, but we also host kind of quarterly convenings across board to build capacity.
Yeah, and they actually work with us on our procurement council and making sure that we're able to gain contract opportunities for small businesses in some of the spaces that they're working in. But they actually are feeder programs to some of the larger programs that we offer.
Thank you. All right, so with that, I have one public comment and we have 3 online comments. Mr. Calhoun? You have 2 minutes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. We came in support. My name is Reverend William Calhoun Jr. So serve as the treasurer. We come in support of NOLA BA, who has been an invaluable partner with the L9EDB. So we ask that whatever you decide to do, give them just a little bit more money so they can get it done. All right, now thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Calhoun. All right, Mr. Shy.
So you go to online comments. The first comment comes from Tangi Wall, and they are in support. The comment reads, NOLA East Economic Development Focus Group, New Orleans East Matters Coalition, and Friends of Joe W. Brown Park support increased funding for the New Orleans Business Alliance. Our organizations support NOLA BA in its efforts to work together with our community in the revitalization of the major economic corridors of New Orleans East. We appreciate the initiatives of NOLA BA, which have a positive impact on economic growth as well as image building in the East, such as the beautiful artwork murals at the library and Joe W. Brown Park, as well as the proposed sculpture projects and assistance in the future goal of a history-making carousel in Joe W. Brown Park. Our organizations have enjoyed working together in partnership and sponsorship of last year's Juneteenth celebration and this year's inaugural NOLA East Festival, which have supported small business development, contributing to a better quality of life in our New Orleans East community. The next comment comes from Daryl Holiday, their own support. The NOLA BA is doing a tremendous job supporting people of color and creating an equitable environment for anyone to succeed as an entrepreneur, regardless of age, gender, and race. I am proud to work with them and see the New Orleans business environment thrive, which statistics show has been a way to reduce crime in other cities. That completes the online comments.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Algiers Development District.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to mention that I also appreciate the presentation by NOLA BA. I was listening as I came back in town. I appreciate you all being here today.
Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Good afternoon. You can start whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Mark Major, and I am the chairman of the Algiers Development District Board of Commissioners. Present with me to my right is our CEO, Kathy Lynn Honaker, and to my left is Mr. Sean Bruno. Prior to Mr. Bruno presenting our 2023 budget, I'm going to ask Ms. Honaker to give an update on some recent developments in our plans for 2023. Ms. Honaker.
Hello, council members. Good morning to each. Well, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon to each of you. 2022 has been a very busy year in Algiers, specifically Federal City. We have some exciting things that are going to be announced in 2023. We've been working with our residential and commercial housing developer, Brown Taylor, continuing our quest to make New Orleans Riverside at Federal City a wonderful place to live, work, and play. And as I said, in 2023, these announcements, some groundbreaking news will be coming to the public. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bruno, our CPA, to take us through the budget.
Right. Good afternoon. Respect to the budget, we're gonna go through our templates. The budget we have, we expected total TIF dollars of approximately $1.3 million. As you know, the ADD received TIF funding from a Square in Algiers, and the Square has been doing pretty good over the last few years. We've seen an uptick in increased revenues, and we expect that to continue. We expect interest revenues of $12,000. With the current economic environment, those interest rates can continue to rise as well. We have revenues from our rental properties of $600,000. We have production leasing of $25,000. That's the number of movies that continue to film on our Federal City properties. That's what that relates to. And we have other revenues of $2.8 million, and that's from an expected real estate development sale that should take place next year, for a total of $4,732,000. With our expenses, we have amount of office supplies of $3,000. We have professional services of $840,000. If you look at template number 5, we give a detailed breakout of what professionals make up that $840,000. We have insurance of $417,000. This cost has continued to rise. It's just the climate of insurance in our state of Louisiana. So it's something that we're constantly monitoring and dealing with. We have our ADD insurance of $5,140. Our telephone, post, and internet costs of $6,000. Our meeting expense of $5,000. We have equipment lease, which is a copier machine of $3,000. Principal payments on the loan that we have for the levy bike pathway is $115,000 with interest of $35,000. We have a small amount of IT tech support of $2,500. Our utilities, these are for properties both on our Federal City property, as well as our our main office of $40,000. You have property management of $500,000. The $500,000 relates to property management is the offset to the rental revenues. We have a lot of old buildings on our property that we lease out, but those buildings need a fair amount of upkeep. So that $500,000 relates to that upkeep. So we have total expenditures of $1,971,829, which we also with a surplus of approximately $2.8 million. On the next page, we just kind of go over the budget, but we give you a historic history from 2019 to current. And the page that I mentioned earlier, the template 5, just kind of give us a breakdown of all our professional service contracts. Most of our professional vendors have been working with Federal City Property for a while, and they do a pretty good job. And the last page is just an organizational chart. And then template number, I believe it's 10, template number 9 just kind of gives a list of our commissioners. And with that, we'll take any questions.
All right, 2 of us up here. Councilman Green?
No, when someone comes in and says they have a surplus and not asking for the city for a whole lot more, no, I appreciate the work that you have done, but I know Councilman King is going to have the most to say representing Algiers, but thank you.
I don't want to be late. Thank you, Councilman Green. Let me cut you off. I don't want to be late with this. Just want to know, a lot of people ask me, one, what does ADD do? So you can explain that briefly for those who are watching. Again, what is the role of ADD and some of the accomplishments that you all have accomplished in some of the bigger projects coming up online? And I also want to, before you say that, thank you from the public, thank ADD for allowing NORD and the residents of Algiers to utilize the federal city pool because Algiers is, having construction with the Berman pool. So thank you for allowing us to have that pool this summer. And if we need it again, hopefully you can help us get it again. But what are some of the things, some of the wins, and what's the role of the ADD?
Councilman King, I'll start off and then I'll yield to our CEO. As you know, we're responsible for a 200-acre campus in Algiers, formerly the Naval Base. And I say formally, but we still have great military partners there in addition to the NOLA Military Academy. We continue as an entity to develop that, to make it a great asset for the city of New Orleans, and in particular Algiers, that we serve, and we're the stewards of that 200-acre. I'm going to ask Ms. Honaker to kind of talk about some of our major accomplishments and what she sees for 2023 for the ADD.
Yes, we've had lots of accomplishments in the past, and as our chairman mentioned, and you're well aware, Councilmember King, is the military. And we work with them on a daily basis. Not only the United States Marine Reserve, which a lot of people do not know that they are right there in Algiers and have been, and also our Coast Guard. So that is a big part of what we do. But in addition to that, as our chairman said, it's the development. Such things as the daycare center that we have, the great auditorium, which is now the largest facility on the West Bank. Weddings, something takes place there every weekend on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So small businesses also, we have the nursing facility. We have a small Subway there. We have the only Navy Federal bank now in the whole city, and stays very busy. So small business growth is very important to us. Residential development is huge, and that's what you're going to see in 2023. There will be single family, multifamily, and there will also be assisted living as part of the plans. And as part of that, 1% will be affordable and workforce housing, which I know is so important to our city.
Okay. Well, I believe that is all I had. Councilman Thomas, no questions? That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, one online
Oh.
comment.
I apologize.
This comment comes from Darrell Holiday, and they're in support. The comment reads, as someone who moved to New Orleans, especially Algiers, there seems to be little investment by the city to support growth. As someone who both works and lives in the Algiers community, our growth not only benefits us, but the city as a whole. Right now, the vast majority of Algiers residents go into Jefferson Parish for most things, which is causing our local economy and parish to lose tax revenue. We need to build up Algiers to support the local residents, as well as create a development district to attract additional businesses and have it be a business hub across the river. That completes the comment.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Up next, Downtown Development District.
No, I
told you we rebooted it.
Good afternoon, guys. As soon as you're seated, you can start your presentation. And just identify everyone at the table so the viewing audience will know who they are and what their titles are.
Absolutely.
And your names, please.
Absolutely. Well, good afternoon, council members. Davon Barbour, President and CEO of the Downtown Development District. I'm joined this afternoon by several members of our management team. Anthony Carter, our Director of Finance and Administration to my left. Immediately to my right, Darren Carter, our Director of Darren Harris, Director of Economic Development. And then on the end there, Hunter Abear, our Director of Operations, essentially clean and safe operations. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. This also is an important day because this marks my first official budget presentation to you in my new role as President and CEO. So I look forward to this conversation. First of all, I would just simply say this year, 2022, really is about, I would say, recovery as well as adaptation for the organization. As we come out of COVID, downtowns all across the country have been pivoting. Certainly our organization has gone through change. We have new board leadership. We also have a new president, CEO, new management team. And so we are really looking to retool to take advantage of all the incredible assets that are in our community. There's no doubt that it's a challenging time for downtowns all across the country. Just a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to spend some time with many of our colleagues around the country at place management organizations, and we all spoke to the challenges that we're facing, but also opportunities. We're mindful of the impact that COVID-19 has had on our central business districts with respect to office vacancy. We're mindful of public safety concerns, infrastructure, staying engaged to our communities. And so we are intent on ensuring that downtown remains a vital part of the city. Downtown is not a gated community. It is a part of this city. And so we intend to leverage all the assets and resources in downtown to help create generational wealth for everyone in the city. In fact, much of what I will discuss this afternoon really builds upon the city's plan for generational transformation, which is really intended to grow industries, diversify our economy, and continue to attract investment in our community. So in terms of the budget that I'll walk through for you today and the work plan, in preparation for this, every 2 years, the Downtown Development District convenes a study where we survey stakeholders about conditions in downtown. Many of those questions are related to economic development, commerce, perceptions of public safety, cleanliness, and so forth. And this is about a 2-year undertaking. And so many of those findings were, in fact, helping to guide this process. Our work plan, I would simply say there are 3 core pillars to assisting us moving forward. We want economic growth. You heard our colleagues preceding us at Algiers and also New Orleans Business Alliance. We're all in this together. It's about growing commerce, attracting investment. We know to do that, we have to create a compelling experience for businesses, for visitors, and for residents. Our residents, our businesses, our visitors, our shareholders. And so we do need to provide this compelling experience. I would say to you that in terms of our economic growth strategy, there are really core 3 pillars: providing safe streets, a safe environment, making sure that we have an attractive public realm, and that we have reliable infrastructure. With those 3 pillars in place, economic development can flourish. And with that, I'll dive into our work plan, some of our accomplishments in the 2022 budget year. So the first focus, making sure that we focus on cleanliness and continuing to evaluate our public space operations in downtown. I would say one of the most significant accomplishments this year was developing and executing a cooperative endeavor agreement with the city to fund code enforcement efforts. This will be a big undertaking. DDD will fund a title inspector as well as a code enforcement officer dedicated to adjudicating cases within downtown. We have also stepped up documenting graffiti within downtown. We know that's a quality of life nuisance that plagues many neighborhoods, including downtown. And so contacting our property owners, dispersing information about our various grant programs are important. Our rangers have also been pounding the pavement, again, just documenting conditions in the streets, traffic signals, traffic lights. In fact, as an example, just this week, our entire team was out surveying traffic lights and inventorying those so that we can pass that information along to our colleagues at Public Works. We're also involved in landscaping as well, and so we coordinate with Department of Parks and Parkways, notably in terms of Hurricane Ida damage. We planted approximately 32 replacement trees within downtown. We've also been painting light standards within downtown. Particularly, I would like to send a big shout out to the NOLA strike team. These are individuals that have been granted through the mayor's office of workforce development that have been helping us to clean downtown. And so if you walk along Canal Street, you'll see a pop of new color, green upon the light posts. And it's really these workers that have been assisting us in that efforts. We've also been deploying additional trash cans throughout the district. 90 have been installed. So these are just some of the ways in terms of our collaboration. With respect to safety, again, we know that this is a concern. If investment is to flow in our community, we have to provide a safe environment. Notably, through our SafeCam program, we provide grant funding to assist property owners with the installation of cameras that tie into the RTCC system. We will be continuing that program in 2023. In terms of public safety, again, another item that's of big significance, we expanded our security patrol. There's in fact a 24-hour security presence within downtown. We have our civilian public safety rangers. We also contract with off-duty NOPD officers. And then we also contract with private security firms. Beginning in October, we added an additional firm that was Vet Securing America, and they're providing roving patrols as well as walking patrols along Canal Street. We have also increased the number of our Safe Walks programs. Our Safe Walks is a program where residents, businesses, or workers within downtown can call the DDD. Perhaps someone's working late, they're not comfortable walking to their car. Our public safety rangers will escort that person to their destination within downtown. And through our increased marketing, we've seen significant increase in calls for that service. With respect to homelessness, again, we know that this is an issue that challenges our community. While the DDD is not a social service expert, we do have caring individuals on staff, and we also partner with those individuals in our community that are part of the continuum of care. And as you can see on the slide here, we have been able to house approximately 75 individuals, primarily through working through Travelers Aid Society, again, a member of the continuum of care, and also our careful coordination with other homeless service providers in our community. With respect to economic development, this is a big focus for all of us. I think we all understand the necessity of growing our tax base, increasing residential population, and continuing to increase commerce in our community. And so a lot of our work is done through collaboration and working with others. One of our notable projects we're excited about is we reinitiated our vacant storefront art program with Xavier University. Again, this is an opportunity to get people to get to focus their attention on a vacant storefront, to showcase the opportunity that's there and not just simply look at a blank wall. Recently, we also updated our outdoor dining program. This is a program where we provide funding to businesses to install outdoor dining or parklets, purchasing furniture or fixtures in the public realm. We have also stepped up our various funding for our grant programs. Our facade improvement grant program provides up to $20,000 to property owners to make exterior improvements, signage, painting, window replacements, all these things that enhance the architecture of a building and really add curb appeal to our properties. And then we've also ramped up our recruitment and retention efforts, particularly retention, making sure that we visit businesses, that we check in, determine what their needs are, so that we can develop programs and calibrate accordingly. I know recently this city council was supportive of approving efforts in the biomedical district, in the bio district, particularly around establishing tax increment funding. We are appreciative of that effort. We see the bio district as a major opportunity to continue to diversify our economy. While tourism certainly has been the bedrock of our economy, it is imperative that we diversify, that we continue to attract additional high-page, high-wage value jobs. And for that reason, we are doubling down on an eds and med strategy, really leveraging our institutions of higher education, medical institutions to really grow opportunity in our community. Earlier, you heard from New Orleans Business Alliance as well with respect to some of our coordination. We meet regularly also with the Mayor's Office of Economic Development as well as NOLA BA. One event that I'm really proud about is, again, we are all working collaboratively to really grow our small business community, to make sure that they have a vibrant place. And so recently, in fact, last week, we partnered with a preeminent retail organization, ICSC, and hosted the ICSC local event here right in downtown. And so I know that we did reach out to several of you council members. And so I want to thank you for spreading the information to your constituents. This event was for small businesses. It was explicitly designed to be free. We had educational seminars, networking around leasing, marketing, financial management. And so we will continue efforts like that again to build our small business community. We also are focused on, again, when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, making sure that we're bringing additional people to the table so that they can also benefit from this, particularly around, I would say, ownership around real estate. And so we partnered with the Urban Land Institute. We were proud to be an instructor in the Urban Land Institute's READY program. This is called Real Estate Diversity Initiative. It's all about bringing women and minority professionals into real estate, into ownership, showing them the practice. We're looking forward to continuing that partnership in 2023 and getting more individuals into the program. Another significant, what I consider a significant economic development accomplishment in 2022 is the update to a cooperative endeavor agreement for stormwater funding within downtown. The Downtown Development District is contributing $12.5 million to help improve 19 blocks within downtown. These will be subsurface stormwater improvements. This is critical because when investment takes place in downtown, we need to get water away from properties as quickly as possible. If a disaster does strike, we need to be able to pivot quickly and ensure that our economy continues to grow. And so Public Works is our partner in this effort. They've engaged a design firm that they're currently working with. We hope to start design of those projects and construction very soon in the first or second quarter. So this is a big project. Stay tuned for additional announcements related to that. With respect to Canal Street is our front door to the community. We know that there is a lot. Canal Street needs a lot of focus and a lot of attention. And so we will be continuing our efforts there. We have actually worked with a number of developers and property owners to facilitate development. As you can see on the screen here, this is just a listing of some of the activity along Canal Street. There's more in the way. We've been working with property owners, some major institutional owners as well, that have been attracting additional tenants to downtown. And so we know that Canal Street is our front door. We absolutely must focus on providing this clean environment, attractive environment, focusing on the details, making sure that every brick is in place, every light pole is working, that infrastructure is attractive. With respect to marketing and communications, this is an area, again, that helps us sell all of our programs. We have to tell the story why New Orleans is a great place to do business, to live, to work, and play. And so our marketing team does provide pivotal support in that. One of the notable events we convened recently that was led by our marketing team was our State of Downtown Luncheon. This was an opportunity to really report on the metrics of downtown, the economy, looking at the performance of the labor market, real estate market, and also directly addressing those challenges and opportunities that we face as a community. With respect to advertising, again, we have been intent on making sure that we get the word out to the constituents, not only to visitors, but also to workers and residents. I would like to note that with respect to our social media engagement, we saw an 8.7% increase in engagement. And just in terms from a marketing perspective, 1 to 3% is an average, is the average there. As I noted earlier, we also completed our biannual market research study. Again, that helps us inform a policy as well as many of our programs. And also from a marketing perspective, we work pretty closely from a sponsorship standpoint, working with community organizations. Again, we talk about engaging community. We were happy to be part of the city's reverse trade show, marketing business opportunities with the city, with DDD. We also were a proud sponsor of Black Technola, again, bringing additional people to the table, showcasing the opportunities in our city. With that, I'll just highlight some of the key objectives going into 2023. We have been modernizing our operations and really onboarding technology. District 360 is a new platform that we deployed back in August. This is a content relations management system that's utilized by a number of business improvement districts across the country. Since our onboarding of this technology, we have been mapping public assets So we have a complete inventory of trash cans within downtown. We have been loading up light posts within downtowns. We have photographs of them. We know the conditions of them. This is important from an asset management standpoint. And so within 2023, we're looking to expand the effectiveness of this program by tying into the 311 system so that we can real-time track service requests related to any incidents that we report. We will also be officially launching up the code enforcement effort that I mentioned. Within this year, we'll be working with the Department of Code Enforcement to begin that training, and then code enforcement will begin in 2023. Again, DDD, we're funding a title inspector as well as a dedicated code enforcement officer for that effort. We are also continuing our effort to reduce homelessness in our community. We will continue to be a partner at the table. For the past 5 years, since 2018, we have provided funding through a cooperative endeavor agreement by providing funding towards the operations of the low barrier shelter. That effort will continue in 2023 for the final year of our CEA. We are also intending to add an additional homeless outreach worker to our operations. We're also be working on, again, enhanced public realm improvements, expanding tree walls within the public realm, ensuring better management of our sidewalks as well, making sure that public spaces are clear. We will continue to advocate for improvements to the public realm, making sure such improvements such as roadway markings, traffic signalization, lighting, curb repairs. I know that you heard from many of our colleagues requesting ARPA funds related to improvements. We have done the same as well, documenting some of the conditions within our community, specifically as it relates to Canal Street. And I cannot stress the importance again of infrastructure. When we think about notable events coming to our community, we have the Super Bowl that will be here in 2025. And so we've got to start now, making sure that we purchase items, get infrastructure in place. We know that there are shipping delays, labor. All of this is so important to ensure that downtown and our city looks its best. On the safety front, again, we will continue to be a partner, working collaboratively with the 8th District, as well as other organizations. In 2023, we will continue our funding of our Safe Cams program. In fact, we are working with the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation to execute a cooperative endeavor agreement to fund additional cameras as well. We're looking to expand our program by providing funding to property owners within downtown to install exterior lighting. We think this is crucial, again, at getting additional lighting in the public realm. A lot of times we look at public safety from the standpoint of just officers on the ground, but it's also about architecture, design. It's the activation of vacant spaces. The more people we have walking the streets, the more comfortable they feel. It creates an inviting environment. We will also continue to focus on quality of life efforts in downtown. Illegal panhandling, vending, loudspeaker. Again, all of these have to be addressed in order to provide a great environment. When we work with our small businesses, we need to provide a runway for them to succeed. You know, we want to make sure that we're providing an environment where these customers, where they can flourish.
I don't want to cut you off, but I have to go to a public hearing.
Sure.
First of all, thank you and your team for the presentation. It's very thorough. I also want to recognize Board Member Curtis, probably one of the great public servants in our city over the last several decades. But I wanted to ask a couple questions before I go. You talked about growing our city. Data Center just came out with a report, Lamar Gardner, that talked about who lives here, you know, who's here in the city. Several decades ago, the late Howard Schmaltz, the late Camille Strawn, along with Jim Singleton, commissioned a report along with some of the neighborhoods adjacent, Lower Garden District, Lower St. Charles, and the DDD, a study that talked about who came to work in the city. It was very valuable in terms of how we did the Renaissance plan for the Lower Garden District, the Lower St. Charles corridor overlay, which created growth in that area. And I think it was 120,000 people that drove into the city every day. Their income at that time was about $2.5 to $3 billion a year. So knowing who was coming into the city actually started that period of growth that we had. If you look at the data, it'll kind of show how we dealt with crime going down, growth and opportunity going up. Do we know who comes to work in the DDD today? How many, what their collective income is and where they come from?
Sure, we do, Councilman. Thank you. That's a great question. We've actually built up our research platform. One of our tools that we use is called Placer AI. And so this is a system that actually allows us to track visitation within downtown. We can break it down by market segment. So we can look at workers, visitors, residents. It's based on mobile phone data. So for example, when we look at when we looked at visitation, for example, we saw a dominant share of visitors coming into down from the eastern half of the US. With respect to downtown, it's pretty mixed. I will say that occupancy has not returned to pre-pandemic.
Well, I'm talking about the workforce from the region.
Sure.
Was about 120,000 people. Their income, they had most of the supervisory upper management jobs in the retail, but their annual income was 2.5 to 3 billion collectively over the year. Do we have that specific data? Not who visits, but who drives in to go to work every day and then leaves at the end of the day?
Sure. I don't specifically have that information in front of me. We do have access to.
Is it possible to get that information again to talk about what we can focus on, especially since those studies were part of growing those areas for people to live next to where they work? Is it possible to get that kind of information again?
Absolutely. In fact, there's one tool that the Census Bureau utilizes. It's a free tool. I would encourage any of my economic development peers in the city to utilize it as well. It's called Local Employment Household Dynamics. It's census data, and it allows you to track where workers are, from where they're commuting, their wages, the industries, and so forth.
And then I think two other things, or maybe lastly, we see the cycle of houseless and vagrants kind of growing. That's not a new cycle. From the late 80s to the early 90s, we saw, and beyond, we saw that population increase. The DDD was one of the sponsors of the Legacy Project, which actually never happened. They wanted to model what was being done in Orlando, in Seattle, couldn't collectively come together to come up with enough seed money to subsidize the city, to do something holistic of find a site, but we see that population growing again. The Dryden YMCA had a dynasty outreach program, which focused on outreach, especially to youth and people in borderline situations. I dealt with drug abuse, training, addiction, and the like. It was extremely successful, kind of got us through that time there, especially middle to late 90s. Is the Dynasty program still around because it was in partnership with the DDD?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, so all right. Yeah, okay, well, that's it. Could we take a look at maybe something else like that since we see the trends happening the same way?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, what I'd like to be mindful of the council members' time, and so we'll just jump straight into the budget summary, and I'll ask Anthony Carter, our Director of Finance and Administration, to walk through the specifics of our financials.
Sure. Good afternoon, council members. Our 2023 budget in many ways is just a return to what we had before the COVID situation, before the pandemic. As you can see, there is an increase in ad valorem taxes projected for next year, and that's based upon solely the assessors increasing or returning to its normal level, the assessments for many of our commercial properties, especially our hotels. In terms of where we're spending those funds, a full 67% of our operating funds are being spent on clean and safe. We do realize the importance of those things. As our CEO pointed out, we've got added security detail. We're pushing to hopefully, as the police force returns and gets more of its force back, to increase their presence. We're working on lighting throughout the district and doing those things that add to the feeling of safety. Additionally, overall in our budget, we're returning to our staffing levels that we had pre the pandemic. When we hit 2020, we did a significant amount of layoff. We laid off approximately almost 25% of our office staff was laid off. We're bringing all of those positions back. We're reinforcing our ability to do the things we do. Most importantly, we're leveraging that with new technology. We've seriously upgraded those technologies available both within our office and out on the street that we're using to keep connected with our stakeholders and to keep ourselves connected with our partners in the projects that we need to do. I'm sorry. As the CEO also mentioned, we are continuing our partnership on the stormwater infrastructure. We have already placed $5 million in escrow to begin the construction of the stormwater project. And we will be placing additional funds in reserves both at the end of this year and next year to continue with that project. In terms of our capital resources, we will be purchasing some additional equipment to allow us to continue to improve our service. One of the things we're doing is the police vehicles that we've donated to the city and the district. They're aging out. So we'll be replacing 2 police vehicles. We've also aged out the other vehicle for our operation. That'll be replaced next year. We're planning on replacing additional cans so that we can continue to improve the cleanliness downtown. And we're moving forward with placing and trying to build up our reserves so we are better prepared to quickly respond in the future. And we'll take any questions.
I have a couple from Councilmember Harris. Obviously homelessness, as you well know, has been an issue near and dear to her heart. She wanted to know, how can you partner in addition to the initiative she's working on to find solutions?
I think there are a number of ways that we can continue to partner and work together. And we've been working collaboratively to date with District B. One, I think, with respect to advocacy on the legislative front, I think if we continue to advocate for resources around mental health services, that will be an important contributor as well. The DDD, I think we're in a unique position as well, working with our colleagues all around the country to identify best practices. We do need to expand and look at opportunities for affordable housing within our community as well. If you speak with Unity of Greater New Orleans, they will tell you that New Orleanians, particularly renters, are paying 61% of their incomes towards housing. And the national standard is 30% from an affordability standpoint. And so we would like to work with the city to look at expanding opportunities for affordable housing, workforce housing, and again, as I stated, mental health services.
So you're kind of segueing to our next 2 questions. Do you think there's a healthy balance of commercial, residential, and hotel uses downtown?
I do think there is a healthy balance of mixes. Downtowns, from a land use perspective, they are designed to be a mixed use community. I think that there are continued opportunities for adaptive reuse as well of buildings within downtown. Notably, when you look at one of the things that I constantly think about every single day is our office market. Post-pandemic, as a country, the way that we do business, our lifestyles have changed. Many employers are downsizing. They're now offering hybrid work models as well. And so we have to ensure that we're preserving the tax base. One specific piece of legislation that the DDD did support is coming from the federal level. It's called the Revitalizing Downtowns Act. It's specifically a tax credit that provides funding to repurpose outdated office buildings in downtown. And so I would certainly say we would like to see increased residential development within downtown. I equally would like to see more office development and more companies moving within downtown. And so we can achieve this balance.
You answered her next question. Very quickly, the administration has asked us to give our permission to funding things through Wisner. Will you please describe 2 things? One is what the money would go for the Downtown Development District. And I think the letter said it goes to a nonprofit. So I just want to understand both of those, please.
Absolutely. Thank you. So the Downtown Development District, we have a charitable arm, 501c3 that we've set up for charitable contributions. And this is called the Downtown Development Unlimited. And so through the DDU, Downtown Development District, requested Wisner funds from the administration totaling $500,000. These funds were designed to advance several initiatives within downtown. $50,000 to hire an additional homeless outreach worker, $50,000 for park space improvements, specifically related to Legacy Park in downtown, $100,000 to expand exterior lighting within downtown. Again, as I stated earlier, this focus on getting additional lighting, improving safety within downtown. $150,000 for bio district initiatives. And then the balance for public lighting, the balance for funding district-wide for public lighting.
Again, just so I'm covering all of our bases, how's the exterior lighting different from the public lighting?
So the exterior lighting is designed for lighting on specific properties. So for example, up lighting or down lighting. The public lighting would be sort of unique or character lighting within the district. This would be lighting actually placed in the public realm. So maybe a light post or some type of unique lighting under a bridge or underpass.
Okay. And then I guess I'll ask one last one because we keep on looking at it. Is your asset management system up and running and publicly facing?
It is not publicly facing. It is intended to be an internal management platform. There may be an opportunity for us to create widgets and showcase some of the work publicly, but it is designed to be an internal.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. I think we don't have any online comments, right, for DDD? Okay. Thank you all very much for your thorough.
Thank you for your presentation.
Appreciate it. All right. Next up is Aviation Board and ending with RTA.
Here.
Thank you all for your patience and for being here today. I'm going to ask Mr. Dolio if he'll introduce for the public and for the members who are here and everybody who's watching, who is joining you today.
Okay, thank you. And good afternoon. I'm Kevin Dolio, Director of Aviation at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport. And with me today, to my far left, is Erin Burns, our Director of Communications. Jamie McCluskey is our Deputy Director for Planning, Development, and Construction. Henrietta Brown, Deputy Director for Finance and Administration. Philistine Ferrand is our DBE Liaison Officer. Next to her is Michelle Allenhart, our General Counsel, Deputy Director for Legal. And then Walter Krogowski is our Deputy Director of Operations and Maintenance. And believe me, there's still folks at the airport taking care of the operations.
I'm about to say, what did the airport take a couple of hours off? All right, good to see you all.
Okay, so I will be very respectful of your time. I will work through my slides expeditiously, but we'll touch on pertinent issues as we go through. First slide is the mission and vision statements. Missions to provide unmatched service, convenience, and a unique New Orleans experience as a global transportation gateway. The vision to offer new gateways that connect the global economy to the region and to the spirit of New Orleans. Next slide is our organizational chart. It is what it has been for several years now. When I arrived 5.5 years ago, we worked through a process and tweaked the organization, but it's been set like this since that point in time. The agenda today, we'll go through our 2022 accomplishments, our goals for 23, the budget request, and our 23 new initiatives. Airport accomplishments, starting with air service, even through the pandemic. We've had new air service come in. I would like to state right off the bat that this morning, Breeze Airways announced 2 more destinations from here. They'll be serving Raleigh, Durham, and Pittsburgh nonstop, and then with one-stop service through those cities to Hartford and to Providence, Rhode Island. So picking up more service from Breeze. They continue to like the market. I expect they'll continue to grow in this market.
Great news.
And you see Frontier launched Las Vegas and Atlanta in September, JetBlue to LaGuardia in March of 22. British Airways came back into the market in March of 2022 with nonstop service to London. Air Canada resumed Toronto in June of 22. And you'll see at the bottom here, Air Canada will also launch Montreal service in February of next year. Spirit to Miami, Air France, an interesting addition here, just a two-time event. Air France, in response to large demand for hematology convention, has put on 2 frequencies in December to service those needs. But then they opened it up for sale to the public. And from information we've received, they've been pleased with the response of this market to their service. So that's a good thing. Next slide, just to note, since our last visit here at this time last year, we've received more recognition from Airports Council International, best airport by size and region, North America. Best hygiene measures in North America, second time on that. Uber, interesting, Uber did their first time annual awards to airports. I think it's four, maybe 5 categories. And we were recognized for having the fastest pickup in the country for Uber. And then 3 Public Relations Society of America New Orleans chapter awards. Now, this slide may look like what we presented last year, but it's not. The very next slide is what we showed you guys last year as recognition we received then. So we've been pretty consistent in recognition from national and international organizations as to our operation at the airport. Next, we launched some new parking products just over the past couple weeks. We rolled out a valet parking product for $36 a day. You can pull up to curbside, leave your keys, give your name, exchange contact information, payment information, and then leave the curb and go board your flight, check in and board your flight. Parking reservations. Parking reservations are now available for all of our parking facilities. So there's no guesswork now, and if you make a reservation, you know where you're going to park when you arrive at the airport. That was rolled out a couple weeks ago, actually a soft launch where it was just stood up on our website before we advertised it, and we got 267 reservations over a couple days during our soft launch of the product. To date, today we have over 845 reservations in the system already. And valet has been utilized to the tune of 136 vehicles to date. So those products are will be popular. They're catching on already. We're also putting our money where our mouth is on the economy parking shuttle. I often go out and speak to groups and speak to how efficient and quick and fast the shuttle service is, and that it's usually 10 to 15 minutes to work around from the south side over to the north terminal. And I get looks like I must be out of my mind. So we're going to guarantee it that 15 minutes or less, or you get half off your already low parking rate over there, which is $12 a day. It would drop to $6 a day if we blow the promise of 15 minutes. Next couple slides will be construction slides. I'll turn to Jamie to talk through those 2 slides.
Okay, good afternoon, council members. Jamie McCluskey, Deputy Director of Planning, Development, and Construction. So the first major construction item we have is Taxiway G. Taxiway G is approximately 90% complete. We expect it to be completed in the spring of next year. It's a 1,400-foot extension to the end of runway 1129. It includes 3 connecting taxiways. There's approximately $58 million in construction, and over 90% of it's funded by FAA Airport Improvement Program grants.
It's a very good and important project, given our move to the north side of the airfield, with creating more efficiency and operating off that side onto the east-west runway and safe, more safely as well. So.
And just to dovetail on that is what it does is it provides less crossover traffic because they don't have to come around and cross the 1129 again. And it also is energy efficient because it reduces runway occupancy time. The next project we have is our boardroom was currently in the old terminal. Now we're building a similar boardroom on the north side, updating it obviously and modernizing that facility. It's approximately 4,500 square feet. It includes a boardroom, conference room, and the addition of a new service, which is a military lounge. So we also have that included in that project. That project is about 50% complete. We expect it to be completed in the spring of next year. And right now, as far as an update goes, we have the walls up, we have the electrical in, we have HVAC has already been installed. So we're working towards that spring completion date.
Okay, our terminal concessions, we've had a really good, really close partnership with our concessionaires at the airport, particularly through the pandemic. When we work closely with them and sharing information and planning a slow spool down of operations and then a slow ramp up as traffic slowly began returning to the facilities. We thought it critical to work closely with our concessionaires to ensure we had a viable operation at the end of the day. It's paid off. Everyone is still in place. The operation, as employments have started returning, is fully back up now, with the exception of one very small retail location. And as of October 1, we're back to full hours in all of the operations around the airport. So it's been a great partnership. They're back and doing well. And in fact, these slides, these pictures are actually shots from a marketing program we've developed to help our concessionaires in increasing sales even more. The next slide speaks to how well they are doing in this program. You'll note the comparison. We were in the old terminal, old program through November of 19. So we made the move to the new facility. So year to date, through August of this year, our concession sales are up 4% over the same year to date numbers in 2019, the last full year of operations before the pandemic. But even more so, with concession sales up 4%, that's while employments are down 14.8% over that same period. So far less in employments, but more revenues in the program. So the program is performing very, very well over what we had in place before. Next slide, DBE participation. Again, I'll back off and let Phyllis Ferrand talk through this slide quickly. We've done very well in DBE participation at the airport.
Thank you, Director Dolio. Good afternoon, council members. Phyllis Ferrand, DBE Program Manager. The slide that's before you is in 3 segments. If you look to the left, that's our DBE program. That's for all federally funded programs. The 33.09% is the overall goal for the North Terminal project alone. We are currently attaining year-to-date 25.14% DBE participation, and we anticipate 7.95% to be completed before this contract is over. The rest of the slide is regarding the DBE program for the fiscal year, October 2021 through 2022. We are currently achieving 34.24% on terminal direct construction DBE payments. That's payments that's going directly to DBE companies. The 35.65% is for all contracts that are not related to the North Terminal. And our goal for the fiscal year is 33.99%. The middle slide is regarding our state and local DBE participation. This is a program that is non-federally funded. We are achieving 53.82% DBE payments to SLDBE firms. Our goal is the 35% that was inherited from the City of New Orleans executive order. The last section of the graph represents our airport concessions program. And as our director has said, our revenues are increasing in that. And in spite of the pandemic, the goal was 23.93, but ACDBE companies have earned revenues that are 27.80% of the total revenues. Thank you.
Okay. And to note, as we're coming out of the back end of the pandemic, during the pandemic, as airports struggled with pretty much non-existent employments and revenues early on in the pandemic, and with a slow ramping back up, the federal government stepped in and provided assistance to airports. And we benefited from 3 different programs, actually. We don't have the CARES up here, but CRISA, we received over $12 million to assist in paying debt service, employee retention, and other critical operations and O&M expenses, with 1.4 million of that to be directed towards our concessionaires, as I mentioned, the partnership there, in assisting the concessionaires during those times when revenues were way down. And then ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, we received over 44 million for the same needs through that program, and with 5.8 million to concessionaires to support rent and minimum annual guarantee waivers. The next slide speaks to the airport's cost per employment. Even after delivering $1 billion terminal with costs rolling on to service a lot of debt issued to fund that program, and through the pandemic, we've been able to maintain a low and then reasonable CPE through the pandemic, and back to a low CPE as we're emerging on the back end and employments are back in place. This is an important measure of all the metrics. You'll see another slide later that has a number of metrics on it that we measure our performance by, but this is the most important metric as it relates to cost to the airlines, competing for airline service against other facilities, keeping a low-cost operation as low as possible to be more attractive to airlines. So it's good we've been able to maintain. You'll see those 2 bars towards the right there represent the average for all airports is about 834. The average for residual airports, as we are, is about 1033. And we came in 2022 at 650. So we were well below the median in both categories.
What is a residual airport? You said we are, but
There's 3 ways or 4 ways, really. 3 ways primarily. You can negotiate your use and lease agreements with airlines. And it kind of, the best way to describe it is it more or less locks in a certain type relationship and partnership. They're either a backstop to you or you're more of an entrepreneur, okay? And the more entrepreneurial approach is what's called a compensatory model, where you price different cost centers very precisely as what you expect there, match against revenues you expect, and that has to hit. Because you don't have a backstop after that. You charge everyone what you think you need from them. And then at the end of the day, if you're short, you make it up. The other end of the spectrum is residual airport as we are. You do set rates and charges with the same mentality. But if you're up or down at the end of the day, the airlines are required to pick up the difference. So you have more or less that backstop there. They're the stronger partners, but what goes with that is more of a say in your major expenditures, your capital program. So what's called MII, or Majority in Interest Authority, comes online in a strong way in a residual agreement. That worked well through the major construction program. A hybrid of that in between, I've been on a hybrid agreement in another airport I managed, and it's a cross between some cost centers are residual where you backed up, others are compensatory where you have to hit it or you pick up the difference at the end of the day. So just kind of the quickest, cleanest way I could describe it. Of course, there's a lot more to those methods, but that's generally what they're all about. Okay, thank you. Airport goals, the 2023 airport goals. Jamie just spoke to the Taxiway G project, and that should be completed. I think you mentioned first quarter.
That's right.
Okay. A master plan complete 40% by the end of the year. That's very conservative. It will probably be much further along. We initiated a master plan a few months ago. They're typically 24-month projects, and we expect to be pretty well along the way by the end of next year. Maybe wrapping it by late first quarter, early second quarter of the following year. The master plan will take the South Campus development, that next bullet, is part of the contemplation in the master plan, and I'll describe a master plan in a slide or two. But that's being taken up under the master plan as well to give a more detailed and precise plan for redevelopment of the south side of the airport. The North Terminal Boardroom, as Jamie spoke to a few minutes ago, will be fully complete first quarter of the year, keeping that cost per employment measure or metric low, and continue to meet and exceed MBE or DBE and SLDBE participation goals, and continuing to be aggressive in air service development as the market can bear it, as the market grows and can support more service. The budget request this year moves from the total last year approved was 140,320,000. This year is 153,096. And those numbers include all of our O&M costs, debt service, which makes up a very significant chunk of this, and other costs along the way. But the primary ones are the O&M, straight up O&M costs, and debt service make up the bulk of these numbers. The move from 140 to 153 covers the pay increases that are coming, which were greatly appreciated and covered in this budget. And we're also going to, in working with the airlines, we're going to support a capital project through the O&M budget this coming year as well, to the tune of $8+ million. So that's primarily those two items make up the difference in the 153 versus 140. You see the positions, the vacancies. We, in being good stewards and shepherds of the airport operation and funds and expenditures and good partners with the air carriers and other tenants through the pandemic, we really tightened our belts, and vacancies we had going into the pandemic, we froze. Any hiring just stayed there. We lost some folks during the pandemic, and we ate those losses through the pandemic. As we're emerging on the back end, we are aggressively out looking to fill all of our vacancies. We've hired some folks this year. We have a bunch of positions out being advertised as we speak, and we'll be aggressive behind those positions as well. Now that traffic's coming back and things are ramping up, we need these positions, and we're out filling them.
Can you talk to the public about how they might avail themselves of a position at the airport? I'd just like to emphasize whoever's watching what the opportunities are.
There's ways you can watch City's website, but I'll give you a quick way that you can go on and everything's in front of you at one time. If you go onto our website, you hit the home page. There's note of career opportunities at the airport. You hit on that and it takes to a page that speaks to opportunities with us, with the airport authority, but we're also pushing for our concessionaires. They're in great need of additional employees as well. And it lays out links that folks can hit on to go to different sites to see the availability with different concessionaires and so forth too. So that is the quickest way, is to just go on to flymsy.com and hit on the job opportunity link, and it just lays it all out for you.
Thank you for sharing with the public.
This next slide really just supports the expenditures on the previous slide. This is the revenues here that are reflected total, say for 23 to 153 you saw on the previous slide. Notable in our revenues, though, I did want to point out to the extent that you can generate more and more and more non-airline revenues, it goes to working the CPE and a lower cost to air carriers. So you'll note here, the first two categories of revenues, airline terminal rental and use fees and the landing fees are fees the airlines pay us. The non-airline revenue, of course, as it speaks to, is revenues generated outside of the airlines. That's our concessions program, parking programs, and the movie production industry. I mean, our terminals become a very popular studio, and to our benefit as well. Right? So you'll see the non-airline revenue is moving from 50 million up to projected 69 million for this upcoming year. That's pretty strong, and that's a real strong move up. So you'll see, I'll point something now at a metric on a later slide where this is relevant.
Could you explain landing fees and why there would be a difference as there is?
There's micro reasons and a big macro reason. Landing, as you work with air carriers and determine costs in different cost centers, there's a number of airfield cost centers that landing fees collected go to me. And also same as landside and the terminal and so forth. There's different costs there that you set fees to the air carrier to try to meet those costs. Over the course of a year, if you've set costs to a point where everything goes better than expected over a year, the airlines get a credit the following year. That credit goes to drive their numbers down and what they need to pay you. So that's one way it could happen. Another way, from a macro level, as you're setting rates and charges and projecting revenues and costs out over time, as you project more and non-airline revenues, a macro impact could be that it pushes down the requirement that you need from the airline. So you set those rates at a lower level as well, and it drives less in revenues. So essentially you have a revenue target you need to meet. And to the extent you can pull that load off the airlines by generating more non-airline revenue, that's great. And as you see non-airline revenues go up, you'll see the airline side go down. And then you have the micro reasons, credits if they've overpaid and things of that nature.
Okay. It's important sometimes when the public is looking, if they see it, if we share, and they say, "Oh, landing fees are down, must be fewer landings." No.
Yeah, no, it's just less of a requirement out of that area. And
I just want everybody to understand. Okay.
Thank you. Now, I have the finance deputy sitting next to me. She did not kick me one time. So I think I hit that. Performance measures. This is a slide I referenced. These metrics are very important metrics in the industry, but in a period, most of them are driven by employments. It's a measure against employments. So when you go through periods like this, where the pandemic drove employments to little or nothing, then you really have to, these are meaningless unless you kind of know what's behind them. But as traffic's coming back, there's a better comparison. Like 22 is with 85% of 2019's traffic. So it's a better comparator now, 22 to 19, as opposed to 20 and 21 are tough because of where employment levels were. A couple to point out, though. I mentioned generating more revenue, so the airlines pay less. You'll note the third line there in 2020, 2021, the requirement in airline revenue went up. They paid more into covering our expenses. And you'll see in 19, it was only 49%. 18 was great at 39%. And then here again in 2022, as employments are still down, it's their revenue requirement was a little greater percentage of the overall requirement. This year, 2023, that's going to reverse. It's going to go back to the airline percentage being under 50%. The airline or the airport side paying more of the overall cost. Another to point out that parking revenue, I mentioned the new parking products and how popular parking's been. If you notice 22, we're in 279 per enplaned passenger versus 224 in 2019. That goes through the food and beverage revenue per enplaned passenger, same type favorable comparison, and the news and gift side as well. You also notice that last line item is DBE participation. You see that ticks up each year. Very strong projection for 2022. New initiatives there's one major one, really, the airport master plan, which I mentioned a few minutes ago. An airport master plan is a document that plans out over a 20-year horizon. It informs an airport as to its needs over that horizon. It inventories type capacity and facilities you have in place. It works through projections of future traffic, requirements to meet that traffic on the part of airline equipment and then out of the facility, then a projection of the capacity needed at the airport to support that growth in traffic over that 20-year horizon. 5 to 10 years out in the master plan, pretty solid. You get beyond that, it's still good, but it's more of it will shift over time as you update master plans going forward. But it's a real good picture, though, of what you'll eventually need over that 20-year horizon. We're adding to the typical master plan this year, this time around, in that we've added a sustainability chapter. So we've asked them, as they're completing our master plan, to look at potential sustainability measures that the airport could undertake. And so there'll be a chapter and recommendations on that. Also, rail considerations with the Baton Rouge, New Orleans rail seeming to be quite probable it's going to happen. We have to be prepared to accept the passengers at the airport rail stop and then transport those customers from the south side of our airfield around to the north terminal. So the master plan will be focused there as well, giving good concrete recommendations there. And there will be early throw-offs because, we're in the throes of beginning the process of preparing to accept those customers now. So those are things that are in this master plan that typically wouldn't be there in just a regular, not humdrum, ho-hum master plan, because they're all very critical. But these pieces are added as well this time around.
Did the RTA folks promise you Baton Rouge to New Orleans? Is it going to happen?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The RTA folks promise you Baton Rouge to New Orleans so we can get that on the record?
Absolutely.
All right. Right. Let's make that happen in the next 2 years. All right.
And we've been working closely together, by the way, because, there'll be connections from the airport into town as well. And they've been very good partners in this. We've also worked closely and will continue to work closely with the Southern Rail Commission as this whole project is evolving. to ensure we're in lockstep with what's going on with that system. There will also be in master plans, there's community input and stakeholder input through technical committees and community advisory committees. So that'll be part of the process as we're moving forward as well.
Okay.
And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for such detail in the report. You know, it's a lot of good news and I appreciate it. I don't really have any other questions. You know, other than I'll look forward to maybe having you all to join us at the next Transportation Committee meeting, which we'll have in just early December, a brief.
Absolutely.
But I would look forward to it. I want to thank you all for your work. I mean, I actually wish that I used the airport more, but when I do use it, it's very efficiently run and I appreciate it. I appreciate Ms. Burns' assistance, you know, when we've called on her for a variety of things. But I'm just glad to be here in New Orleans where we have this airport supporting our transportation needs. Appreciate it.
Great.
Looking
Thank you
forward
very
to
much.
not only Baton Rouge to New Orleans, but the development of that south facility one day to something higher and better use right now.
Absolutely.
And if you want to join me, Mr. Vice President, on a flight to France, we can help.
That's right.
We can keep Air France coming to New Orleans.
We can
Just not suggesting that any councilman fly to France. If Mr. Eugene Green wants to fly to France, I'm sure somebody else in this building, I will gladly go with him. Thank you.
Yep. Well, look, I hope Air France, with their success during December, maybe makes a look at doing something like that again in the near future and maybe long-term ongoing. But that's good news that they've chosen to do at least a couple of flights. It's a hematology convention?
Hematology convention, yes. It's I
Hematology.
think it's December, the frequencies are December 3rd, 8 and 12, 8 and 12. So I think there's still availability. It tightened up quickly though.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be on a public dollar, but it's an interesting thing to encourage people to recognize that that's an opportunity to not only take a flight to France, but also to encourage maybe more investment by Air France here, a better look at our city too.
Exactly.
Councilman Morrell, Vice President, any questions?
Nope, I'm good. If they've got a very thorough presentation,
Yes,
that's
very.
very well documented. I can read, so I'm good.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for your.
Ladies.
Now, Baton Rouge to New Orleans, the RTA.
You good?
He's grabbing water. Yeah, he's grabbing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Major.
Good afternoon.
Who else might be joining you?
Just gonna be the two of us.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have the presentation by the Regional Transit Authority relative to the 2023 budget. And I appreciate the fact that you're here.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll begin very shortly. Again, good afternoon, Council. My name is Mark Major, and I'm the Deputy CEO for Administration and Finance at the Regional Transit Authority. Joining me to my left is Giselle Johnson Banks, our CFO. Giselle's voice is being challenged today, so I'm going to lead the presentation and she'll help me with the technology. Again, good afternoon. The first slide we want to just bring forward to the council and to the community our goals and our initiatives for calendar year 2023. We want to expand the number of bus shelters that we offer to our customers on our route. This current budget will provide for funding for up to approximately 30 shelters. We want to begin the design of a permanent downtown transit center. As you know, we've briefed you before, we're looking at the location at Canal and Basin. Right now, with partnership with the New Orleans Library, we've built a temporary one here on Loyola Avenue. As many of you know, we implemented a major bus redesign on September 25th. So we're spending considerable amount of time taking input from our riders. And we want to strongly encourage our riders to give us feedback. So we got 3 mechanisms by which they can give us feedback. One, we host a monthly Riders Advisory Committee at our office, and that's normally held on the first Wednesday of the month, starting at 5:30 p.m. and it goes until the meeting is concluded. 2, our riders can call us directly. They can dial 504-248-3900 and have a person take their feedback. And then lastly, they can go to our website at norta.com. And we have a link on there that's called Feedback and Customer Service, where they can log in any comments. So again, from that new design, we want to make sure we monitor our customers' feedback to that and begin any assessment necessary in 2023 or any modifications necessary.
Mr. Major, I don't want to be redundant, but I want to ask you to be redundant because the public needs to know that every first Wednesday at 5:00 p.m., they can attend a meeting or go online and express their concerns and hear from officials of the RTA relative to ridership concerns.
Just one tweak. Start time is 5:30 p.m. And again, attend in person at our office at 2817 Canal Street, or that session is also live streamed, as you indicated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then next, as you know, we are in the process, the initial stages of bus rapid transit. So we want to continue that planning process in 2023. And then lastly, we're going to open the new Canal Street Ferry Terminal in early 2023. Next, I'm going to get into the actual presentation of our 2023 budget. And Giselle and her team go through a lot of preparation of this budget. I just want to give you 2 statistics up front because it's the brains behind their models. This budget, in all modes of service, the RTA will operate 991,000 hours of transit service. So that's bus, that's streetcar, that's paratransit, and that's ferry. That's a 13% increase over calendar year 2022. In terms of miles, what does that translate? We're going to operate 10,083,000 miles in calendar year 2023, or 8.9% increase over calendar year 2022. Well, let's focus on our revenue projections. Council, where we laid it out, we presented to you our calendar year audited actuals for 2021. We have our approved 2022 budget. And then based on trends throughout the year, we have a forecast where we think 2022 will wind up at. So, and then the last column to the far right is our calendar year proposed budget. Council, I just wanted you to know it's the same budget that we presented to our RTA board this morning. They're going through their due diligence process, and they're due and scheduled to adopt our budget at our December board meeting. But let's focus on revenue. On these operating revenues, we have a plan that will fund $123 million for calendar year 2023. That's broken up of passenger fares of $11.3 million, charter revenues in accordance with the regulations that we must operate, $95,000, general use sales tax, $90.8 million, hotel motel sales tax of $9.8 million, and state motor vehicle sales tax of $8.3 million. The next revenue category is advertising revenues. That's on our buses, our shelters, et cetera, 1.9 million, and operating sources of 570,000, which comprises that 123 million. Just I'm going to make 2 notes here. On the passenger revenues, we're projecting about a 20% increase in ridership for calendar 23 over 22. In sales tax revenue, in all those categories, you see a very, very healthy growth there. Our growth projections there are consistent with the economist Matt Cooper's report for the city of New Orleans. We work very closely with Matt, and also we track your quarterly revenue estimating conferences. So our growth in terms of sales tax, general use, hotel, motel, and motor vehicle are fairly consistent with the city of New Orleans projections. And just so forth, I'm not going to go through it, but at the bottom of that chart, we basically have replicated the city's 2.5%. As you know, the RTA collects 1%. of sales tax here in the city of New Orleans, but we just wanted to show not only our board, but you, the council, that our projections are in line with the city's forecast. Going over to our ridership assumptions, again, the RTA wants to take people where they want to go, bottom line, on time, and get them there safely. So on our streetcar, we are proposing 4.3 million riders. On our buses, we're proposing or projecting 6.3 for a total on fixed route transit of 10.8 million. On our paratransit services, 192,000. So you can see fairly consistently about a 21% ridership increase, 23 over 22. And lastly, on that page, we show you what our average fares are. You know, basic fare on the RTA bus and streetcar system is $1.25, but we have a number of passes, student fares, et cetera, that are subsidized. So it brings down that $1.25 to these average rates. Then these average rates are used in Giselle's projection models that come up with those fare revenue forecasts. Again, I want to be very clear. This 2023 RTA budget does not project a fare increase. So I just want to say that up front. Next slide. It's just a pictorial representation of our revenues for the year, or our sources of funding. We talked about the $123 million in operating revenues. We have government operating assistance of $34.1 million. We have non-operating federal sources of $29.5 million. Other local sources of $2.2 million. And we are just about ready to complete our FEMA project worksheets. We have one significant project, and that's our facility at Napoleon and Tchoupitoulas. For that, we have $984,000 projected of sources for that project in 2023. So the pie chart on the left just starts to give you a pictorial representation of those revenue sources. Next slide is our uses. Again, we are presenting today a balanced budget for the Regional Transit Authority. But let me walk you through these uses that makes up our 2023 spending plan. Operating expenses, $125.2 million. Tinsel legacy costs, $2.8 million. Our marine unfunded portion of our maritime operations, $6.6 million. Capital expenditures of $46 million. That FEMA project worksheet of $984,000 I spoke about. And then lastly, our debt service, both principal and interest for the year, right at $8 million. So total plan, capital operating debt, maritime and other, $189,989,000. Just these next two slides, and we'll bring this presentation in deference to your time to wrap it up and open it for questions. But just some major bullets we wanted to bring to the council's attention. More particularly, our capital projects that I talked about on the previous slide, that was approximately $46 million. We're very fortunate with our partners at the Federal Transit Administration that we're able to apply for competitive grants and get those grants funded at about 80%. So we have to come up with the other 20%. So in 2023, our local share for those capital grants will be approximately $14 million, up from about $9 million that we spent in 2022. Our maritime operations that I spoke about a few minutes ago, this is right at a $12 million annual operating cost. For that $12 million, we received from the state just north of $5 million. Small fare collections in the neighborhood of about $1 million. So the RTA right now is putting $6.6 million of our self-generated funds for this maritime operation. So over the next 12 to 24 months, we're going to be having very serious discussions with the state relative to this whole of $6.6 million. But this funds both the canal to Algiers Point route as well as the Lower Algiers to Chalmette route. So the total cost is right around $12 million. We're subsidizing that to the tune of $6.6 million. The last slide that we have for you today, Council, we want to just, again, in full transparency, we've been very fortunate to receive three tranches of federal COVID money. So the last tranche is the ARPA funds. We were recipients of about 59 million. This 2023 budget allocates approximately 18 million of that 59 million. We're in 5 million that's going to operating, and then 5 million going to the operating, and then approximately 14 million to our capital users. So that will leave us a balance of about 40 million in ARPA funds that we'll have the benefit to use. We're programming them out in accordance with the requirements by the end of 2024, but we'll have 40 million to put towards calendar year 24, 25 in years beyond. So we've been very, very frugal with those funds, and we're very appreciative of it, but we've been very mindful of how we allocate them for use in future years. So again, Council, that will bring our presentation to a close. We'll stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you all for your patience today and also for your presentation. At this time, we'll have questions from Council Member JP Morrell.
Thank you. Hey, Mark.
How you
Good
doing,
seeing you
Council?
again.
Same here.
A couple of quick questions. Are there any outstanding judgments against the RTA in civil litigation?
Councilman, I just want you to know, we replied to a recent public records request. And I just want to be very clear with this. We are not behind on any outstanding judgments or claims.
Okay.
We do have some structured settlements where we've agreed to plaintiffs. We will pay these judgments over a series of time, and we have not missed on any of those payments.
I appreciate that. I'm glad you said it. I think the city should follow your lead on that. When you don't have the ability to settle a judgment at one time, structured settlements allow you to plan financially for making sure people are made whole over an extended period of time so they get something. So I appreciate that. Are there any particular capital projects that we should be more aware of that are moving forward in the near future?
Again, very happy to announce we're going to have a grand opening of that Canal Street ferry terminal. That will happen, I think, in the first quarter of 2023. We'd like everybody to participate in that. The second one is this permanent transfer hub at the corner of Canal and Basin that we've identified. So we're beginning the planning effort of that. We certainly like the work of the council, particularly Councilman Green and Transportation Committee as we move that forward. And then we're very, very aggressive. We're going after federal funds, very aggressive. I think we'll work with the city in a number of partnerships. But again, particularly as it relates to that fleet, that bus fleet, you know, we have a basic clean diesel and we have some hybrid diesel electric vehicles, but we are looking to alternative source vehicles. They're expensive. They're going to be, in some case, twice the price of a traditional diesel bus. But again, we may need some support on that as we move forward and look at that fleet and look at what's the best vehicle, alternative fuel vehicle for the streets of New Orleans.
Okay, and I know that we are in the middle of the Lynx transition. And at what point do you think the new signs will be out? Because the one complaint I do get is I know the temporary signs are very, 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 very small. And unless you're literally like on top of it, you can't read it. And so people were very excited about implementation, but the question I get a lot is like, when are the new readable signs going to be out there?
Coming soon. I don't have a specific date, but I will tell you, we'll get to your office, to all the councilmen before the end of this week, our projected date for the receipt and the install of those new permanent signs.
And the last question, which is a bit more thorny, but I'm sure you know it's coming, is the Terry Wright situation that just kind of exploded in the media today.
Sure.
And for those of you in the audience who aren't aware, it came out during an investigation that there's an individual who I think is or was a current employee of RTA, who's also an employee or was an employee of a Tampa area transit authority and was pulling from both. And I know Tampa has, I think, terminated her. Is she still working here as well?
Right now, she's under suspension.
Okay.
And I'll just paraphrase or quote our chairman this morning. We are aware of the situation and we are thoroughly and without haste investigating that matter and take the appropriate actions, Councilman.
Well, I appreciate that, because I mean, certainly it's a lot of people, many people have tremendous faith in the work that RTA is doing to modernize our transit system. there's a lot of public confidence, and the fact that y'all are taking this very seriously and investigating it thoroughly. I wanted to give y'all the platform to say that, because we want to assure people that when you're putting that money in the, what was the, I haven't ridden a bus in so long, we put the change, the dollar, in the credit card or whatever, that money is going towards transportation, not towards shenanigans like this. So I'm glad y'all thoroughly investigated it. Please keep the council and the public abreast of what the outcome's going to be, because when you conclude that investigation, I think part of building public confidence, when you have a thorough and complete investigation, is letting people know the outcome. Because whenever agencies self-report, here's what happened, you don't have to wait for someone to kind of harass you and to find out what happened. I think it helps with the public confidence piece. So thank you for that. That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Okay.
Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Morrell. Councilman Jeruso.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here. I only have like one issue, which is my white whale at City Park Avenue Canal and Canal. I've asked Mr. Wiggins about it. Well, it's just, it is the longest light in the city by 30%. And I have watched myself numerous times as you can turn left on City Park Avenue to Canal Boulevard twice before you can go down City Park Avenue once the other way. You know, I really, at the beginning of the year, I realized right now is tough because you have things on your plate, but sit down with y'all and DPW, because I understand the need for having good transfer stations, but it's just not working as a practicality.
So we said we'd welcome to join you in a meeting with DPW to address that matter.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Major. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I do want to thank you all, but I want to ask you, I kind of joke about it, but it's an important project. Could you talk about Baton Rouge to New Orleans and, you know, the benefit that that's going to have to our economy and our airport and where we are in that process?
Certainly. Our CEO, Alex Wiggins, is active in those discussions. We certainly, between the two communities, working with the Cass Transit Authority in Baton Rouge, want to see that project come to fruition because we think it'll benefit both communities, and we'll be able to link our services as it comes into Union Passenger Terminal. We'll be able to connect that as one of our, if you want, a smaller hub. So discussions continue to go along. As you know, they really require some capital investment on those tracks to make it feasible for passenger rail. I think once that funding is secure, then you'll see it advance to the next step. But the Regional Transit Authority through our CEO remain very active in those discussions.
How does the funding look? I know we have issues with regards to strengthening tracks near Bonnie Carey Spillway and a couple other things, but how does it look to get that funding?
I'm optimistic. Again, we probably will not be the lead agency securing the funding for that. So I don't have up-to-date information on that, but I think with the representation that we have in Washington, DC, I'm optimistic that don't have a time frame, but we'll be able to secure some funding to move that project along.
Okay, if you need anything from the council, any resolutions or anything like that, wherever we can help. I know that you're not going to necessarily be the lead agency, but I know there's some things that we can do to help.
Certainly.
That's a great potential project that would really help the entire corridor in terms of economic development opportunities. So
To agree with you. Yes.
thank you very much for your presentation. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. We have one online comment, Mr. Scheid. No, we're done. All right, we're all done. Thank you
Thank you.
very much. We really appreciate it. All right, so tomorrow on day 9 of budget hearings, we begin with juvenile court, municipal yacht harbor, Orleans Parish Communications District, Total Community Action, New Orleans Council on Aging, Louisiana SPCA, Arts Council, and ends with New Orleans Tourism and Culture. Thank you all very much. Yeah, okay.